All right, Meow. Hopefully you all are doing well on this fine Monday. It's going to be fall soon. I don't love that, but you know, apple cider, pumpkin stuff, donuts, it definitely makes it less bad as we transition into a cold darkness that will last until probably May or June, you know. I hope you all are doing well. We are starting up a new monotype. Being able to beat Mono Ghost on Wednesday gave me, I feel like, what was enough time to flush the burnout and not feel too tired of Rad Red to continue going. So it's going to be mono flying. We are picking Charmander because we want to make sure that Rival in Elite Four fight has a mon that is easier to deal with. So if Rival has Squirtle, because that counters fire, they have a Koraidon, which is, I think, Fighting Dragon with some fire moves. But any of the other two are Miraidon, which is Electric Dragon. And since I'm doing flying, I really don't want to have to deal with that. And flying dunks on fighting. Obviously, we don't have any flyers that are immune to fire, but it'll definitely be an easier team. I'll probably go Rain Lorelei because ice is going to be an issue. Ice, rock, and electric are all things we have to deal with as flying. And if I don't get at least one ground type by ground flying, aka Thunder, I think Landorus and or Gligar, Surge is probably going to be the hardest fight for a minute. Let's get to it. We're going to be doing crime coverage. I'm actually starting off with crime coverage. I've probably watched this video 6 or 7 times since Wednesday. And the reason why I say that is because while the subject matter is grim, it's also satisfying to watch someone who's an absolute POS and they have been convicted think that they can just talk their way out of it. And she thinks everything's fine until at least like halfway through, and there's a level of catharsis, you know. And I'll be pointing out things that usually happen in cases of abuse of children, like, oh yeah, they're clumsy, oh yeah, they fell down the stairs, oh yeah, she hit her head on the toilet and became unresponsive. And then it's like, well, what about all these other injuries that are in various states of healing and are injuries that would never occur from what you're citing? And then they just be like, oh, maybe it was the dog, maybe it was a slide, maybe it was my child. And it's super great that they get their comeuppance. It is a shame that it had to happen, of course, but this person had their own kids, and now those kids aren't gonna be killed by, you know, an active abuser. So there's something to be said for that. And thanks to my faith, anyone who dies under the age of accountability, which I actually don't know what the exact age is, but the victim was 2, so she went straight to heaven, and that's good because she doesn't need to suffer anymore. And this was Law and Crime Network. They will often do videos that other content creators within the true crime sphere does. So there's been Explore With Us, there's been Stranger Stories. I don't know if there's been Emma Kenny. There's been Annie Elise, aka 10 to Life. And I think this one is The Disturbing Truth. I found the Disturbing Truth channel, but I wasn't able to find the specific video that the Disturbing Truth made. He does mention body language analysis once or twice, and I'll be like, yeah, it's not admissible in court. It's only speculation. Don't buy into body language analysis. It's basically astrology for men. It's bogus. There's no science behind it, and the cops aren't going to be like, oh my goodness, this person looked up and to the left, or this person's in a turtling position, or this person has their arms crossed. They must be guilty, you know? And this person who ended up doing it, as I said, is super satisfying watching them get what they deserve. They claim to have loved this child. They claim to, you know, I treat her like my own. I don't know what her mom feeds her, but we eat vegetables in my house. And I love this child. And it's when they tell her that Fallon's dead, the woman's like, wow. And makes more of a freak out that they're taking her cell phone. And it's a real chef's kiss, you know? Let's see, hold on. HQ, yes, I am alive. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and the cats are having a good time. I popped into Violet's stream. I was then doing other things, so I was lurking. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. We're starting mono flying today, and I think it's gonna be fine until we get the surge. Then it's gonna be a pain. But I know we have Kilowatt roll, so that's Volt Absorb, but we still have to deal with ice. So I'll have to do a Yachi Berry, and then I'll have to hope I don't die. Let's get it going. I just gotta do a plug in another channel, and then we'll be square. All right, let's see. Okay, very good. I will also break up. No. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and those are the days I stream. So no, nothing came up. Sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry if there was any confusion, but I did nothing to make one think that I would be streaming on a different day. All right, let's go. Cosplay Gamer Yumi, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. I was kind of disappointed because I was constantly checking Twitch on Friday and I never saw you stream Resident Evil 2. Now that you say you're sick, that makes sense. I'm sorry to hear you're sick, and I hope you are able to get better soon and or figure out why you're sick. Okay. I'm glad we were able to sort that out, HQ. Okay. Yeah, hopefully it's just a mild cold and not something super serious. I probably get sick about once a year, and I need a lot of antibiotics when I do get sick, so I have to work really hard at not getting sick, and it's definitely troublesome. Mom just had bronchitis a few weeks back. Grandma had bronchitis. At least two of my other friends who stream had to deal with chest pain and congestive issues, so I can wholly feel for you. I'm glad you're recovering. That's important, and hopefully you'll feel right as rain soon. TM, we're doing mono flying. I'm doing crime coverage from Law and Crime. It's a babysitter who murdered her alleged best friend's child. Because if they were best friends, she wouldn't have done that. And it's super satisfying, not the murder part, but how they let her basically run her mouth for an hour saying how she's amazing and she would never do anything, and I don't know what you're talking about, to wait, I'm not free to go? You think I did this? It's a real chef's kiss. We are starting mono flying. I'm going to play as Cynthia because that means motorcycle. We picked Charmander, so that'll be rival in Indigo Plateau, having Koraidon, which is fighting Dragon. There's at least one Mon with Volt Absorb on the way. I'm going to do random 6 and hope I get at least one flying ground so I have a better answer for Surge. All right, let's go. And minimum grind mode, so I don't worry about EVs.
29-year-old mother of two, Kirsty Flood, began babysitting 2-year-old Fallon Lynn Fribley in August of 2020. This went on for 4 months, 3 days a week.
And thankfully, the offending parties involved, because I've watched this video like 7 times since Wednesday, the primary perpetrator got life in prison, no parole, and the secondary perpetrator, aka the boyfriend, got 15 years in a plea deal for second-degree murder.
Without incident, but on December 9th, the nightmare began when Fallon was found unresponsive in Kirsty's care before being rushed to the hospital. Various injuries on the toddler's body led to an investigation.
And this is something you'll see all the time whenever there's cases of abuse. It's always, oh, this child's unresponsive. They must have, you know, fell off the toilet, fell down the stairs, had an accident. And maybe that can be true, but then they're gonna have like a litany of injuries in various states of healing. Medical forensics have come a long way in being able to determine when time of death was, when an injury occurred, how it was caused, etc. And it never washes that it's like, oh wow, your stomach is full of blood. Oh wow, you have a perforated colon. Oh yeah, she fell down the stairs. Oh, she ran into a wall. Oh, my dog jumped on her, you know? She's gonna initially claim that, oh yeah, we were at the park and Fallon, when she went down the slide, she fell on the ground. And that caused the injuries. It's also important to know that cops do not have to tell the truth. They can pretty much, short of forcing a confession and or beating you into giving one, they can pretty much do whatever they want. But as we know, cops investigate themselves and often find they did nothing wrong. So there's been numerous instances of false confessions, coercion, impropriety regarding that, procedure not being followed, rights being violated, etc. But it's hard to feel bad for this person because we know what happens. If they can do this to someone who is a POS, they will absolutely do it to people who are innocent too. Everyone needs a lawyer. Don't buy into the propaganda of, oh, only guilty people ask for lawyers. It's your right as an American. If the cops think you did it, they're going to either convince you that you did it or they're going to make the evidence fit. And we saw this recently with the misconduct at the Tyreek Hill traffic stop. Gross misconduct. The primary cop that made the arrest was put on administrative leave. And there's a very real possibility that were Tyreek Hill not a professional football player and he was just your average African American, he might be dead. Yeah, exactly. It is insane. Also, it's going to come out later that this was premeditated because prior to the person sending a text message to the mom, hey, can your daughter stay overnight? She was Googling things like, what does it mean to have the sudden urge to kill someone else's child? Or what kind of person wants to hurt children? So that's premeditation right there. And that's horrible. As I was saying at the beginning of the stream, the only solace for me is the fact that with my faith, Christians, we believe in something called the age of accountability, which is more or less at a certain age, and I don't know what the age is, one would have a reasonable chance to have more or less heard about the gospel, and people under the age of accountability wouldn't. So when they die, they instantly go to heaven, because it'd be unfair to expect like a 2-year-old to understand salvation, you know? So she's gonna go to heaven, and she's already there. And these people, when they die, they're basically going straight to hell. Yes, it's remotely possible that both these people could come to Jesus and go to heaven when they die, but they probably won't, because you have to be a certain kind of sick in the head, and I mean evil, not clinically sick, to do that. Yeah. All right, so let's go. That's been enough talking. Let's get the interrogation going. All right.
Crying voices laced with rage screamed in unison. Justice for Fallon.
I tried to call and text Kirsty several times, and calls were going straight to voicemail.
I'm Mr. Black.
As expected, Kirsty also blames the bio mom. She blames the stepdad, trying to be like, oh yeah, there were child abuse charges levied against the stepdad at one point, and there's nothing to merit it. He's also an addict. He's on methadone trying to recover. Kirsty had to allegedly get the mother, Christy, clean in the past. So it's very much deflection, victim blaming, etc. And that's like the norm for this type of thing. All right.
He said, should we just go get her? And I said, no, she'll be fine.
And that part's rough too, because there were multiple instances where the stepdad was like, I got this uneasy feeling. I want to pick up our daughter, you know? And she's like, no, don't worry about it. Things are fine. And gut feelings and such may not be quote unquote scientific, like who's going to listen to your gut, but it exists for a reason. And it sucks knowing, and the mother comes out later and says this, that she blames herself for Fallon's death, because if she had listened to her gut, and if she had listened to her partner, who was like, I have a feeling we should get Fallon, it's possible Fallon would not be dead.
I regret that now every day.
Exactly, it's horrible. All right, so we do normal, minimum grind mode, so we don't have to worry about EVs. Yeah, always trust your gut. All right. Yes, minimum grind on. We gotta do some cheat codes. We'll be good to go otherwise. All right.
Before Fallon and her stepfather Cameron Gant left the house, Cameron would drop Fallon off at the babysitter's house at around 6:30 a.m. before heading on to work. Chris worked as a veterinary technician for an animal rescue organization while Cameron was a landscaper. When Fallon's daycare closed during COVID, Chris's friend of about 5 years, Kirsty Flood, would look after the little girl while the
There was also a sharp rise in abuse cases during COVID, because most of the time the abuse happens at home. Abusers and people who hurt are family members, statistically speaking, and I lived that. So yeah, it turns out, oh, if you're being abused at home and now you're not allowed to leave home, it's not great. Like, I understand quarantine, I understand trying to safeguard the wider public, but if you're confining people with their captors and their abusers, it's not great. All right.
couple worked. In many ways, it would have seemed like the ideal situation. Kirsty was a close, long-term friend. So close, in fact, that years prior, she helped Chris come out of a struggle with addiction. Kirsty was seemingly worthy of the trust bestowed on her, especially considering the history she and Chris shared. And even more especially after 4 months of constant reliability in her care. Chris said herself that Fallon seemed so happy in Kirsty's care that some days when they would come to pick her up, she didn't even want to leave.
Yeah, like, of course, stranger danger is a thing. I watched like a 3-hour breakdown of the Candy Man, who would have the candy and the white van, and there's absolutely merit to it. But time and time again, it's family members, it's friends, it's teachers, it's people in positions of power. And if they've been doing it a minute, predators want to put themselves in a target-rich environment, and working as a teacher or a priest or a nanny, it helps them hide because, oh man, they're this. They would never. But time and time again, they do. Hold on a second. Let's see.
Flood had 2 children herself, an 8-month-old and a 3-year-old daughter named
Okay, good.
Fallon and the 3-year-old were best friends. Everything seemed like the perfect setup. While Chris was at work on December 9th, she received a text around 1:30 p.m. from Kirsty, asking if Fallon could stay the night at her house. In 4 months of babysitting, Fallon had never stayed overnight at Kirsty's, but Chris had no reason to suspect anything was off with the request. After all, 2-year-old Fallon and 3-year-old Harper were best friends. If anything, it just looked like a sleepover in good company, with familiar, trustworthy people. People who had been there when Chris heard.
McCoy, he's such a goof. He's such a prankster. Stealing lettuce, stealing hot dogs. That is funny that he ate an entire loaf of challah bread. I've actually never had challah bread, but I've seen it in stores. McCoy, he's such a scamp. Let's see. Oh, I was gonna ask, how is the new cat food doing? Can we infer that by him stealing your food just now that he's not really keen on the new food? That's okay. Gotcha. How are your other cats doing? How's Schrodinger, the one that I always forget to ask about? Because obviously Kirk and Spock and McCoy are easier to remember.
Herself was struggling.
All right, we're good.
What harm could it do? Chris called Kirsty when she got off work at around 4:30 p.m., but got no answer. When she texted Kirsty asking how Fallon was doing, Kirsty responded saying that Fallon was fine, but
Okay,
they were all
good.
at the park and her phone was about to die.
Yeah, bowel health is important, and it's good to be mindful. If there's ever blood in your poop or blood in your urine, it's not good. Especially if it's your urine, because it's usually bladder cancer. So don't ignore warning signs. All right.
Odd. It didn't send off any immediate red flags. Later, Chris
Oh, yeah,
tried to
that's
call
right.
and text Kirsty several times, but all those calls went straight to voicemail. Stepfather Cameron was starting to feel.
And this is basically the first real warning sign. All the calls going to voicemail, and Cameron chimes in on that. So I had a dog, and we would eat at the table. He would beg for scraps every now and again, but we never really had an issue of him wanting to, him actually getting on the table and eating food. Cats are built different, so that makes sense. We will also be breaking up the crime coverage with Pallas cats because 2.5 hours of this straight is probably going to be major depresso for some. I hate that they're not wanting to play with each other. Damn it. Let's see. Yeah, diet food in particular, it's obviously hard enough to get animals to eat normal food, much less a food that they may not want to eat. My therapist, her one cat is overweight, and they've been trying to get his weight down, and he basically just doesn't want to eat, and then she'll feel bad and give him human food or something, That is fortunate for you, Yumi. How many cats do you have as well, Yumi?
Uneasy at this point, and even suggested.
No. we need Charmander. There you go.
Chris thought there was no major cause for concern because Kirsty was someone she trusted and even looked up to.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Fallon. Happy birthday to you.
Very good. And then we talked to this guy for the time changer because day and night have different Pokemon. Alright.
At around 6:30 p.m., Kirsty finally messages Chris to say that everyone is home and safe. Chris replies,
Pancham, 5 p.m. Never.
Kirsty tells Chris to give her an hour to charge her phone first. Then an hour later, Kirsty FaceTimes Chris
All right.
in a very dim-lit room where Fallon appears to be propped up on the bed.
Okay, so right there, dim lit room, propped up. That's Kirsty trying to make a active attempt to be like, oh yeah, it's fine. She was napping, or she's groggy because she just ate, and she's a 2-year-old and has been playing all day.
Kirsty explains to Chris that Fallon has just woken up from a nap. Chris said the phone was roughly 5 feet from her daughter, and while she didn't notice anything visibly off in the dim room, Fallon was not responding to her mother.
Also not great. Yep. That's the second warning sign.
Fallon if she wanted to talk to Daddy and passed the phone to Cameron. The call suddenly ended. Cameron again suggested going to pick Fallon up, but again, Chris declined. A decision she regrets to this day.
Exactly. We grab the old rod. Thank you.
At around 9:20 p.m., Chris receives a crying phone call from a hysterical Kirsty.
We grab the rare candies.
She needs to come to Kirsty's apartment immediately. She claimed Fallon hit
Okay.
her head on a slide
Save.
while she's moving.
Yep, that's fine.
Already on the scene working on the little girl at this time. An officer got on the phone.
Oh, that's right. I gotta finish all that.
The hospital. Next, Chris Fridley found herself facing parents' worst fear. She was standing in the room of children's healthcare.
Very good.
With Cameron and her mother. They were in there for what felt like hours. It was a small private room, the kind one might expect to see in an emergency department. This was the kind of
All right, we got our map. We're gonna do the costume change.
Walls that rarely echoed.
Hold on, let me read this. Oh wow. 7 kittens. They're gonna be homed in another week, so that's 7 plus. Wow, yeah, that's a lot. That is many kittens. That is many cats. I am very impressed that you're able to take care of so many cats, so many pets. And I don't envy that position you're in, because the logistics and the reality of having to scoop all that kitty litter, the amount of money it costs for food, vet visits, etc. That's a lot. But at least you'll be down to half capacity with your cats after the kittens are homed. So I reckon that will be somewhat of a relief. Okay. So let's start. I gotta get the Dex Nav. Once we have the Dex Nav, we can start looking for flyers that I need.
Fallon was alive.
All right.
The doctors were running tests and doing everything they could to stabilize the 2-year-old. A 2-year-old whose mother was getting angry.
Okay.
Chris couldn't understand why she couldn't be beside the angel she created. But looking back, she now assumes that she too may have been initially suspected.
Which is
The world now knows
which is
was a
reasonable.
horrific case of child abuse. The doctor came into the room randomly with
Anytime something happens to someone, it's always a family member, it's always a significant other, it's always the one closest. So you rule them out, and then you move on to everyone else. And they wouldn't be doing their due diligence if it was like, well, maybe it's the mom. Hey, let's just like talk to random people instead, and then we'll come back to her, right? Yeah, I would be pleased if the cats did behave If they were just a bunch of hellions, it would be a harder time to deal with them, of course. Okay, gotcha. That's very good of you to have that willing spirit and capacity to help out.
Dates too vague to conclude
All right.
anything inherently negative or positive from, but one thing stood out to Fallon's mother. A question he asked in repetition.
What happened to your daughter?
All right.
Chris was distraught, confused, maybe even offended at the audacity. Was she getting blamed for something?
I mean, yeah, it's gonna hurt. You know you haven't done anything, and some cops being like, hey, what'd you do to her? So I get it, but you gotta cross it off the list. And then once they realize that, yeah, my significant other, her stepfather, handed her off to the basically the babysitter all day, and Kirsty's gonna go out of her way to be like, look, they dropped her off at 6:30 in the morning. She was with me all day. She hangs out with me almost every day of the week. It pretty much rules out that it could literally be anyone but her. But because Kirsty doesn't know what the cops know, they're just gonna let her run her mouth for over an hour and be like, yeah, I'm free to go, right? Well, no. All right.
What exactly had happened to her daughter? She had no idea.
Oh, I didn't grab the dex nav yet. I gotta talk to the guy.
Worked on it, and they wouldn't let me see her.
The only information she'd been given was that her daughter had fallen off a slide and hit her head. But the doctor explained that Fallon's injuries were not conducive to playground injuries. In fact, he'd never seen a child recover from damages as severe as those he'd seen on the 2-year-old's body. Simply put, Fallon would need nothing short.
So right off the jump, we're going to be getting a Ninkata. We obviously can't use Shed Ninja. We'll be grabbing Caterpie because Compound Eye Butterfree means Sleep Powder pretty much is never missing. Obviously, Sleep Claws only means one mon can be asleep at a time, but that'll be huge. We'll also be getting a Zubat, which will be pretty useful later. I may end up using it for Erica. We're going to be getting a Talonflame. There's not a huge amount of flyers early on that would be effective against Faulkner or Brock. So I'm very much going to have to be getting Electric Absorb, Wattrel, and that's going to have to more or less deal with the electric threats. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you are here, HQ, even if you're not able to chat much. Give McCoy some pets and tell him he's a good boy. All right.
Does your daughter have any health conditions?
The doctor asked the now hysterical Chris. But apart from
Interesting that Spyro can learn Brick Break. I was not aware.
the answer was no.
All right.
Not that anyone
Hell yeah, we take Ancient Power
It was clear that Fallon's
and
injuries had nothing to do with a heart.
replace
The doctor
Ember.
left the room again.
Okay, nice.
A calmness
I actually haven't used Charmander yet, so I had no clue what his moveset was early on. Okay. Let's also change the nature.
Unfortunately for the family of Fallon Fridley,
We're gonna go
what Chris
speed
refers
up.
to as a sweet glaze of denial
Alright.
was nothing more than the calm before the storm. A few moments later, an older man entered the room and introduced himself as the chaplain. But Chris
Hasty.
didn't
There we
see a
go.
chaplain. Her daughter was gonna be fine. She was offended by his presence because it alluded to a tragedy that she believed was not going to occur.
Alright, so let's look at who I need.
In her mother's mind, that's exactly what was going
We grab Wingull because Wingull can have Drizzle. So that right there is a weather setter for me that I'm gonna need.
The doctor came
That being said, 4 times weak to electric because water flying.
All
Alright.
The ICU room had a bed in it. They began to discuss what they needed from home in order to stay overnight. But the problem was, when they were told the words stable but critical, they only heard the words
We will grab Magikarp as well. Hey RJ, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. We are doing mono flying in Rad Red 4.1. We're also covering the case of a alleged best friend murdering her bestie's child. And she doesn't get away with it. Both her and the secondary perpetrator got prison. So at least one of them is never getting out again. She'll be leaving in a box. I hope you're doing well, RJ. I know it's relatively late for you now. I'll be interspersing the crime coverage with Pallas cats due to how grim the subject matter is.
A new female doctor
Alright.
visited them in the PICU room to discuss Fallon's condition and have the family
There
sign
you
off on some medical procedures. One of these procedures involved inserting a catheter into the
Also, Pokemon names are up for grab. So if you want to name the Magikarp, if you want to name the Wingull, if you want to name the Charmander, or reserve a name for another Pokemon, feel free to do so.
The child's leg. On the form it read, 90% chance of recovery. But the doctor's expression indicated that sadly, this was not the case for Fallon. 90% was only relative to the success of the procedure itself, not the little girl's chance of survival. Fallon had immense internal bleeding, zero brain activity, and her heart was only working because of the medication she was being given. If it wasn't for medical intervention, the 2-year-old wouldn't be breathing.
Okay, no flyers there.
As far as Chris was concerned, a miracle could still occur. Her daughter wasn't dead if her heart was still beating. No matter what they told her, there was still hope.
Okay.
If Fallon was alive, she could
Will do. In fact, I'll do that right now.
Couldn't accept the information she was given. She was about to have to face the truth of the matter. As a cold blue was called to the doctor that stood before her, Chris's life would forever change with 5.
Once I have access to, I think it's stream patches, I'll be able to have Moxie, because I think Moxie's a hidden ability on Magikarp. Swift Swim is useful. Intimidate is always nice. But due to the 4x weakness to electric, I have to be relatively careful where I use Gyarados.
Simple.
And because it's mono flying, and Mega Gyarados loses the flying typing, I cannot use Mega Gyarados. Same with Mega Altaria, because it goes from Flying Dragon into Dragon Fairy.
Birds. Her heart stopped beating again. After the family was asked to follow the doctor out of the room and down the hall, they were led into another room where they finally got to see their baby.
Alright.
But it wasn't how any parent should ever have to see their child. It was a total nightmare. The family watched in horror as so many doctors tried to keep Fallon alive. Chest compression after chest compression after chest compression. I can't imagine the trauma that a parent would face witnessing something like that.
Also, the channel that Long Crime is basically signal boosting is The Disturbing Truth. A Long Crime is known to more or less signal boost people within the true crime community, like Annie Elise, aka 10 to Life, Danielle Halen, Stranger Stories, Explore With Us, Red True Crime, etc. Yeah, Gyarados is really cool. I love the shiny Gyarados. It's annoying that Gyarados doesn't learn flying. I used Aeolin Raichu in Mono Electric because I needed psychic coverage. It's a pretty cool mon, and I got some value out of it. I did Mono Ghost last week. I'm not sure what I'll do after Mono Flying. Maybe Mono Normal to get it over with. Mono Normal has some really strong typings, but at the same time, it's also kind of boring, and it doesn't have a lot of type diversity. Like, yeah, you got normal flying, there's one normal poison, I think you have one normal fighting, you have a lot of oops, only normal, so yeah, it's kind of, Alright.
The doctor informed the family that they would have to make the call soon. If they didn't, they'd only be doing more harm than good. Chris began to scream and beg for them to save her daughter's life. She said her legs gave out and she almost hit the floor, but someone caught her. She was
Okay. Yeah.
You have a 2-year-old. Your life isn't that child. You live your life knowing that every step you take leads to the protection and safety
Make it
of that
night.
soul you created. You would never concede.
There you
You
go.
never give up on them.
Also save because it's been a minute.
But while Kristen
There you
screamed
go.
for God to take her instead of Fallon, her cries fell upon deaf ears. The CPR stopped. The nurses. and
That's who we
doctors
need.
backed
We need
away from the
watch
bedside.
roll because immune to electric.
Rushed to her daughter, crying out and begging her to wake up, but she wouldn't. She was gone.
I also need to see if I need her hidden ability. I'm not sure yet. Let's see.
Kristen Fridley held her
I do need her hidden ability. We'll get that once we get infinite repel.
Mutterings that still
All right.
for her daughter Fallon to wake up. And as she sat there, she felt the baseball-sized knot on the back of Fallon's head.
All right, so far, no one knows what caused the injuries, and the extent of the injuries are not known at all. But the fact that there's basically a giant knot swollen on the back of a 2-year-old's head, that's massive concern. All right, let's see.
At 118, they let me hold her.
Okay, good rod. We can't get that yet.
Back her head up for what it was. And her body was
I love Starly because she can have a fighting move, so that's kind of useful. All right, and she looks really dope. Yes, take the berry. All right, let's check day.
Fallon Lynn Fridley died on December 10th, 2020,
All right.
in a hospital with the people who loved her the most right by her side.
Oh yeah,
Fallon
I gotta get the
lived in a
Poke Vial.
better place.
Right.
The ones that stood near as she took her last breath wanted answers. What really happened to that innocent little girl? An autopsy.
Also, Global Moemon Project. They recently came out with Star Emerald, which is a ROM hack. I don't know how much harder it is. I remember people talking about it being harder, so it's probably harder than Mega Moemon Fire Red. But because it came out relatively recently, I'm waiting like another month or so before more bug fixes come out, and then I'll play it. Yumi, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the well wishes. I hope you have a speedy recovery, and take care.
If Fallon Fridley shows the child sustained a skull fracture as well as multiple internal injuries, including lacerations to her liver, her spleen, and even her colon.
So this puzzle is basically your enemy has 6 Shed Ninja. You have to figure out how to beat them. Ideally, you set up an entry hazard on the first turn, and then you save something like Skarmory for the last Mon, because the last Shed Ninja has heavy-duty boots, so it doesn't get hit by Stealth Rocks. So Skarmory lives with Sturdy, it Drill Pecks, and it kills the last Shed Ninja. And then you get a Poke Vial, which is basically Estus Flask. You have 6 charges, so you can constantly be healing yourself, and it automatically refills when you go to a Poke Center. Super useful, great quality of life. You also get an infinite repel in the Viridian Forest, which is huge.
A medical examiner ruled the death as homicide by blunt force trauma. According to babysitter Kirsty Flood, Fallon fell and hit her head on the slide while at a park on December 9th.
So, right off the jump, fell off a slide, fell down the stairs, fell in the bathroom, fell off the toilet. These are all super common and totally unbelievable excuses. And based on all the injuries that the narrator, Mr. Black, just went through, none of that happens from falling off a toilet.
They returned home to apartments on Monterey Parkway in Sandy Springs. Kirsty said she noticed the little girl was acting a little strange, so she put her to bed. Then later she claims Fallon wouldn't wake up. EMS responded to a 911 call regarding the child being unresponsive. After arriving at the apartment and administering CPR, Fallon Fridley was transported to the hospital where she would sadly pass away the following day. That same day, Kirsty is brought in to be interviewed by police regarding the matter. What you're about to see has never been seen by the public. You're going to witness the police interviews of both Kirsty Flood and her boyfriend, Jeffrey Myers. The details that unfold during the following series of interrogations are hard to hear, but listening to them helps paint a picture to better understand how things transpired the final day that Fallon Fridley was in the care of Kirsty Flood.
All right, so before that, we're gonna do a quick Pallas cat video because cats. I think it was travel with animals. Let's see. It was not. So let me pull that up. Oh, it's travel for animals. So, yeah. Travel for animals. This is a lot of coverage of the Pallas cats at the Budapest Zoo. Magica, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing crime coverage of a babysitter who murdered her bestie's daughter. I'm a big fan of Polly, absolutely. But I don't like that she bullies Lev, and she always wants to commit war crimes. So if it wasn't for the bullying of Lev, Polly would definitely rank higher on the whatnot for me. I'm gonna see if I can find some specific Polly videos as well, rather than just generic Pallas cats. Let's see. Thank you for stopping by, Magica. I hope you're having a good Monday so far. Let's see. Oh, this can be the fight between Polly and Bull. She loses. All right. Let's see. I love the dramatic music too. And obviously that's Bull on the right. He's not putting up with her BS. He's got a very impressive aura. She was not prepared for this. Welcome back, Magica. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Bull is undefeated. We love that. He's such a good boy. All right, so let's find some more Pallas cat videos we haven't watched in a minute. Magica, we're doing mono flying. I started with Charmander because flying dunks on fighting, and that'll mean that rival has Koraidon. Okay. I don't know what double team UU is. I'm guessing, presumably it's a format. All right, let's see. Let's get one or two Pallas cat videos in here before we go back to crime coverage. Ooh, rolling on the ground. Oh, okay, gotcha. I love the orange in the fur, so adorable. Their belly looks so soft. I also love the orange toe beans. And this will have been also at the zoo in Budapest. Okay, gotcha. I'm actually surprised that those are considered underused, but power creep's a hell of a thing, you know? So silly. Oh, absolutely. Anything solar powered and nasty plot, it's gross. It's so much damage. Run away. But yeah, that's a litter of 6 kittens, so it makes sense that you're gonna see multiple in each video. We'll do one more, then I'll do a quick breb. Sadly, their channel doesn't go super far back. Oh, we have kittens, so this was probably taken right after they were born, or maybe like a month after. Yep. So adorable, so fluffy. And I believe this is Borsica, because I think the father is Bauhus. They're probably only like 1 to 2 months old at most at this point. I am not sure if any of these have gone on to have more litters, since realistically a year or so, that's sexual maturity for a Pallas cat. Aww. So adorable. So floofy. They're in their summer coats because this was taken in the end of May. I'm gonna do a quick breb. Then we're gonna dive into the meat and potatoes of the interrogation. I'm also gonna do a quick save because it's been a minute and I really don't feel like losing any progress. I also have to remember to go back to town and do the Cynthia outfit. Yes, oh no. I remember you talking about that, Magica, that because you didn't beat the game, you didn't get any of the New Game Plus bonuses. It's a pain in the ass. Okay, Breb. All right, and we're back. So I'm gonna do the random 6 for flying. Hopefully we get something really good. If we could get a Gligar, a Landorus, or something else that's flying ground, that would be a good way to deal with Surge, because as of now I only have 1 immune to electric Pokemon. All right. And there's no flying Sevianmon, so I don't have to worry about doing the Sevian code. This also took place in Georgia because it's Fulton County. Salamence, yeah. I probably am gonna go for Mega Salamence because Aerial Aid is really strong. Salamence can also have Intimidate and Moxie. Dagon? I don't know Dagon, but if it has a Mega, yeah, I would use Bagon. I'm already using Charmander, so it's fine. As long as it eventually has flying in its typing, I can use it. Also, if it loses flying, I don't use it. So, okay. So I can't use, what's it called? I can't use Mega Gyarados, and I can't use Mega Altaria. All right, let's see what we have. Hopefully we get something halfway decent out of the random 6. All right. I may save Scum a few times if I get like really crappy ones, or like oops all dupes, you know. Velveeta would be really nice. All right, let's see. So Sigilif, Emolga. Wow, those are kind of dog do. Those are dog do. So I'm probably gonna reset on that because none of them are good. Like, don't get me wrong, Oricoro is really neat, but none of these are like unavailable. I also want to see if yeah, exactly. I also want to see if they are the same, what's it called? If it's the same each time, because I saved prior to doing it. All right. So, yeah. Also, there's pretty much always 2 cops in an interrogation room. Good cop, bad cop. It works. You'll see it work in this case as well. All right, so let's see what we get in our next pick 6. This is also taking place at 2 a.m. I'm not familiar with Series of Crime. Would you elaborate? Oh, not really. I like the real stuff in terms of covering crime, because I find that fictional, they take far too many creative liberties, and fictional crime coverage, fictional crime helps create propaganda and various myths. We see it with various like long crime TV shows where they get a bunch of shit wrong, whether it's on purpose or not, and I'm not a fan of it personally. Do you like fictional crime though? All right.
Right now, where the weather is cold, we wear sweatshirts, shorts, and the same. Yeah, it's in jacked up right now. So
Okay.
it's real jacked up right now because it's been one of those days, unfortunately. Get that.
So that's better, and I'm probably gonna keep it. Well, there's also an issue with the serial killer ones. Like, for example, the Netflix show on Dahmer, it was a gross mischaracterization of the quote-unquote relation / dynamic between a victim and Dahmer, and family members of that victim actually fucking slammed Netflix for it. So I have a hard time getting behind any sort of fictional crime thing for those reasons. But they do make for good stories. You are correct.
Officers introduced themselves to Kirsty. The leading detective
All right.
takes notes to
Let's see.
questioning. Kirsty asks if he's met Fallon's mother.
Bombardier isn't bad.
What's that?
You had her mom?
I did, yeah.
So none of, like, don't get me wrong, getting a Dratini early is nice, but as you know, dragons are relatively weak early on. Oricoro isn't super exciting. RJ, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for chatting. I hope you sleep well and have a good day at work, all right? Yeah, absolutely. Catch me Monday through Wednesday, every week, 6 p.m. to at least 10 p.m. Eastern. So we'll reset one more time, regardless of what I get, because I don't want to be stuck here just constantly resetting, trying to get a mon that isn't doo-doo, you know? All right.
She's honestly upset. I don't think there's any way to not be right now. Not be upset. She's obsessed with it. Cameron, that was too. I reserve judgment, because that's what I do.
Well, man, what I'm doing. So I'm coming in, when you see me walking in late, I have absolutely no idea
So that's not better, but now I have a second. I had a flying Pikachu early on, but I got a Rotom. So I got Rotom earlier than I normally would be able to. I'm going to turn that into the flying Rotom because, you know, I have to. And now I have 2 Mon that are immune to electric. And Rotom at this point, base 500 stats, so it's actually not that bad. Yeah, I had flying Pikachu in the first one. So, yes, it is. In fact, when Galvanix did Mono Ground, I told him about Mega Sanaconda and he used it. So, yeah, Mega Sanaconda is really solid. Obviously, slow as balls, but Aerialate, Double Edge, Return, Quick Attack, all those things are pretty nice. All right, so let's start putting the team together.
What's going on? So can you tell me what happened? It's catch me up because again, that's why I'm not asking you questions because I don't know exactly what's happening.
So right off the jump, remember the cops are allowed to lie, and they're going to be doing lots of lying here, and they justify it as, well, these are pieces of shit, so it's fine, don't worry about it. But yeah, I don't love that they're allowed to lie. Double-edged Jumpluff is good. I mean, there's a reason why Rival uses it. 4 times to Ice isn't great, but I may end up using a Grass Flyer at some point. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna grab Rotom. Iron, not even. Delabird's garbage, so I'm probably gonna end up never using it. Oricoro, this is actually nice because all of Oricoro's forms are flying, and once I get like the nectar, I can actually change their forms. And Oricoro has not garbage stats, so I'll probably grab Oricoro now. We're not going to be using Silicoon. I'm probably going to grab Bombardier for now. I'm also thinking of using Prankster Murkrow with Eviolite because that's the only way I can have Prankster outside of Landorus and Thundurus.
Actually, so yeah, I've been so busy at the hospital and everything, so yeah, I haven't even talked to him yet.
So right now, she is not under arrest. So all they're doing is, hey, I want to talk to you, and I'm not going to do any of the reading your rights. But as soon as he does read her rights, I mean, realistically, the second they're trying to talk to you, ask for a lawyer and stop talking. But okay, so let me see what you wrote, Magica. Yeah, it's not good. The read interrogation method is a method that cops will predominantly use to get people to confess. And in the past, I have covered false confessions induced by the read interrogation method. And yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of being able to lie to people to get confessions. But sadly, it's allowed. I'm actually going to pull up the steps of the reinterrogation method in case people aren't overly familiar with it. It's pretty much Bible level doctrine when it comes to interrogating people. I'm just going to go with the super basic Wikipedia synopsis of the steps. So yeah, the 9 steps. Positive confrontation. You advise the suspect that the evidence has led to you being considered a suspect. The whole, this is your opportunity. The next step, shift blame away from the suspect to some other person or circumstance, which would be alternate question, lesser charge. So, hey, you're not a bad guy. we all make mistakes. Maybe it wasn't murder. Maybe it was self-defense. Because if you got the person being like, no, I did not do this. This was not what you say it was. To them admitting to, well, maybe it was a little this. I just snapped. Then they can hold you for lying to the police. Minimize the frequency of suspect denials. So they're constantly going to be using specific language to prevent the people from being like, yeah, no, I wouldn't do it, because the more you interrupt their denials, the less confident they are, they lose willpower, etc. The accused will often say things that would be like, oh, I would never do this. I'm a straight A student. I'm an excellent mother. I excel at everything. Use this to move towards the acknowledgement of what they did, reinforce sincerity, so you're basically rapport building. I don't think you're a monster. I get it. Yeah, totally. I believe you. You have I get it. It makes complete sense. Suspect will become quieter and listen. Move towards the alternate question, the lesser charge. If the suspect starts crying, you want to infer guilt. This is them being close to a breaking point. More alternative question, aka two choices for what happened. One's more socially accepted. So, oh no, you didn't murder them. You were defending yourself. Oh no, you didn't do this. You were trying to protect your child. Anyone would do this. Lead the suspect to repeat the admission of guilt. You're trying to develop corroborating information. Then you basically nail the confession. And yeah, it does produce false confessions, especially in the case of juveniles, people who aren't familiar with the language. There was a, right around in the US, when Castro was flooding the US with basically political prisoners, there was someone from Cuba who didn't speak English, and the cops, I think it was Texas, more or less nailed this person for killing a nun, and he was executed. They more or less forced this guy into a confession, and as such, he was executed wrongfully. It later came out that the confession was coerced, that the medical examiner was corrupt, that he had a slew of other false confessions and medical examiner misconduct. He was a political appointee, and he name dropped the Clintons to more or less get away with it, and they eventually got rid of him. But yeah, there's also the case of Victoria Martins, where there was a woman who was dating a child predator and an addict, though she didn't know he was a child predator, because they normally don't go, by the way, I'm a predator, they don't want people knowing that. So her child was left in the care of this drug dealer's friends and relatives, who none of this is an environment where, you would want to leave a child. The cops refuse to believe what the mother says, and they basically force her to make up a statement that they believe, and it's heinous. And she ended up going to prison for murder and for a bunch of other stuff. And it turns out prisoners hate cops and child abusers. I think she ended up eventually getting exonerated, but she spent many years in prison. And there's no amount of money that can undo the mental stress, the mental damage, and the physical whatnot from, being in prison for being a child killer. So it's heinous stuff. But we have the benefit of knowing that this person was found guilty, and there's no credible evidence to speak to this being a frame job or it was someone else. So you can relatively rest easy at how the babysitter is being handled. I think you are a woman, Magica. let's get back to the interrogation. All right.
Buddy, can I ask you one question? How come they did it so fast?
Did what so fast?
Just let her go.
What do you mean, let her go?
They all fight.
All right, let's go.
She's still at the hospital.
She's okay.
I mean, she's not doing okay, but she's still at the hospital.
She's okay.
Like I said, well, she's not doing good.
Okay, good. So it's already in the right form. That's awesome.
She's still.
All right.
Heart's still beating.
God.
So it's possible that it's possible that a cop told her that the baby was dead. Cops are allowed to lie. The narrator's gonna make a point about how he's surprised, the cop's surprised that Kirsty thinks this, and they're gonna play to their advantage. And I'm glad I got it right, Magica.
Heart's still beating.
God, how does that play in?
It seems like the detective is caught off guard by the fact that Kirsty is unaware that Fallon has died. This may alter how he initially planned to conduct his questioning.
It will.
You have a heartbeat, you have a chance.
Her heart is still beating.
Okay.
And Kirsty, I don't think.
What did they do to them? They gonna tell me she was gone and
Who said that?
that officer.
No, she's not. She's not gone. Her heart's still beating.
What did you tell me?
Honestly, probably
Because it's funny to lie to criminals.
Don't have to tell the truth.
Yeah, they're allowed to lie.
And since they've already led
All right.
Kirsty to believe Fallon is alive, they probably realize she's more likely to continue to talk to them truthfully if she thinks a murder charge is off the table. At this point, if she were to admit to assaulting a child, it's a much lesser charge if that child is still alive, rather than if her crimes resulted in that child's death. And if Kirsty asks for a lawyer, the interview is over.
Exactly. So they absolutely could have been. They could have been like, "Yeah, you're right. She's dead, and you killed her." But they don't want her to ask for a lawyer. They want her to talk, and all of this is gonna be used because she hasn't been Mirandized yet. So it's not going to be a Miranda violation. All she right now is detained. She was the person that baby Fallon was last seen alive with. And then eventually they Mirandize her. But anytime you're called into one of these rooms, you ask for a lawyer and you stop talking, let the lawyer do their job. Yes, it's going to suck that you're basically going to sit in custody for a few days. But you asking for a lawyer and not talking when you know you didn't do it, that's a minor inconvenience compared to you talking and the cops making the evidence fit. All right.
Hope is a powerful tool in many interrogations. As long as Kirsty Flood has hope, she's likely to talk.
Absolutely.
Kirsty, the last name is Flood, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. I see. Something that you agree by writing. I'm just writing so fast and just, yeah.
Forget it. So, you want to do the last thing? Or what?
We do, but would you feel better if I had a mask on?
No, I just prefer, I prefer to speak.
Yeah.
And not be, you know.
The
Yoink.
hope that we mentioned before, coupled with the leading detective's calm,
Ah.
casual, friendly demeanor, could be the cause of Kirsty fully removing her mask. Maybe she's starting to relax into the situation.
Maybe.
Believe she's not in as much trouble as she once may have thought. You'll notice her tone of voice becomes more stable, and her need to hide behind the mask disappears.
I typically watch Fallon 4 days a week, roughly.
All right, let's see.
I've been with
All
Fallon
right.
for 6 years, so I'm getting paid unemployment to stay home. I'm also in school for cybersecurity.
We're gonna grab Surskit as well.
A3, almost 4.
I'm pleased to hear you use G-Weezing. In what capacity were you using G-Weezing?
Payroll and Fallon is 2. Like I said, I'm with her 3-4 days a week.
It's been a minute, so we save.
You know, we went through a lot together. I got to be sober a long time ago. Quite some time ago. I was reached out to saying that she was homeless and being strung out and
Okay, very nice. Yeah, thank you for elaborating.
Just like that one person, they kind of just like spoke.
And yeah, they're just gonna let her ramble. They're taking all these notes down, and then they're gonna be able to bring up stuff she already said and use it against her in terms of what we know versus what she's claiming, right? Okay. Yep. Yeah. Misty Surge is great. I love Misty Surge. Neutralizing gas is great to prevent terrain effects from actually kicking in. It is relatively tanky. I used it in Mono Poison and I used it in Mono Fairy. Yeah. I really like the Mon. It's a shame that Galvanix doesn't really see the value out of G-Weezing. But you know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. At least we do.
Spoke to her because she listened to, right? So it took me to detoxify for her. She went down to Miami and I found in rehab with some scum. He's never raised her, never claimed her, never nothing. So I have a soft spot for Fallon. That's why
And keep this all in mind. I've got a soft spot for the baby I killed. I love her. I love her like my own. I don't even charge a lot to babysit her, you know? So she's very much trying to put herself out to be, I'm literally Mother Teresa. And all of this is going to be used against her.
charging for 125 a week.
All right.
And that's nothing if you know the price isn't big.
It's not expensive at all.
No, but I do
All
it
right.
because she's a friend, and I do it because I love Fallon. I don't know Karen very well, but
We'll come back to the topic of Fallon's stepfather Cameron later, but Kirsty seems to want to use the information she's divulging as a way to paint herself as a saint.
Oh, absolutely.
To be fair, it's also worth mentioning that most of the people that spoke about Kirsty did so painting her in the light of a loving mother who adored her own children. But it's worth noting that Kirsty had a history of battery dating back to 2010.
Yeah, she has a checkered past. So it's like, ma'am, you have committed battery before, which is a Class A misdemeanor, one step below felony, but she'd be like, I don't believe in violence. Also, Magica, are there any Pokemon you want to name? So far, we have Rotom or Coral, Bombardier, Watchroll, Wingull. Got more in the box, of course, but...
where she was ordered to undergo counseling and avoid contact with the victims of her assault. She also had a history with drugs. She goes on in her interrogation to briefly mention Fallon's stepfather Cameron before continuing to discuss the details that transpired on December 9th.
I don't know him.
Plasma Fist.
Trying to get to know him.
Owie.
Trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Long story short, he drops Fallon off this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. And,
Metronome is wild.
she stays, she goes in the room with Harper, she plays with Harper for a decent amount of the day. Her and Harper, my daughter, are like best friends. So they play, and then finally we end up going to the park. This is
Okay, we save.
So for breakfast, she had the cereal bar, lunch, cheese puffs.
She also stated earlier that I'm overweight. I don't eat junk food. We eat healthy food in this house. Cheese puffs, goldfish, chocolate, yogurt, cereal bar. None of those are healthy. If I end up using a jump fluff, I will name it that.
They had some goldfish, graham cracker, chocolate ones.
All right.
She was eating.
Char Cadet.
She only eats junk food, right? And at my house, we incorporate vegetables.
Which says she had phones, I'm sorry.
That's all I eat too.
But I'm trying to keep up with you said cereal bar for breakfast and
Cereal bar for breakfast, and then she had goldfish, cookie, the chocolate ones. And then she had
We're gonna grab Natu. We're gonna grab Combi as well.
So she primarily does so, almond milk and stuff like that. So I'll buy her specific things that she likes. She is very, very small. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but she doesn't really eat much, but when she does, it's typically junk food.
This is also going to be Kirsty laying the framework for basically everything wrong with Fallon is the parents' fault. Oh, she's quiet. Oh, she's small. Oh, she does this. Ergo, they did it. I'm the victim. Can we go home? Favorite food? Hard to say. Probably something I can't eat, like pizza or spaghetti. What about you, Magica?
So, that's just what it is. But anyway, so she ate that. Okay, so you get in the car.
All right, nothing there.
Falls is what? A mile and a half from my house.
Kirsty's referring to Morgan Falls River Park, which leads to Overlook Park, a popular destination for families with kids as it has a nice partially covered kids play area overlooking the Morgan Falls Reservoir.
He said we're the last.
I will look that up. Hold on a second. Oh, schnitzel. Okay. Yeah, so I've never heard of it called. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce it because I probably can't. But yeah, that sounds really good. And based on what I know about Argentina regarding people moving there after World War II, it makes sense that an Austrian food would be popular in Argentina. So yeah, that sounds really good, and I can totally see why you would enjoy that. And schnitzel can be any sort of meat, so you got some really good variety there. All right, we're gonna save again because it's been a minute. I think I'm gonna do burritos tonight. I had granola banana breakfast sandwich so far today.
Last people there.
Right before dark then?
Yeah, right when it was getting, starting to get dark,
Right by 5:30.
All right, we're almost out.
When it started getting dark, it was like,
Thank you.
I have my phone died when I was out there.
All right. What do we have here? There's your Hoppip, so we will name him Lightweight.
426, how's my girl? So we're ready to go to Morgan Falls. My phone's about to die. We just pulled up. She said tell her mommy misses her. And then here's a picture of my daughter. And Colin playing together, besties.
Yeah.
Right? So, I'm on the floor. There's one right here, so I'm on the floor with my infant. I was ready
it does not fit. Damn it.
And you got 3, you try to monitor it all. So anyways, put both the babies on the swing. My babies.
Yeah, I can do that. Yep, I will do that then.
She goes down the slide, falls off, and when you go down the slide.
So yeah, this is okay. So once again, you don't know what the cops know, so you have no idea what you're saying is going to be aggravating or mitigating, exonerating, or the other one. The point is, oh yeah, we were at the thing, the slide, the picnic, the park. She fell off the slide. Okay? That's the injury. That's gonna be what explains terrible injuries. So it's not gonna fly. And I love when Kirsty realizes that, oh, you think I did this? I'm glad they did. Jump Bluff is not that strong. Jump Bluff is flying in grass. So Jump Love absolutely needed some love.
And he dropped. That's what happened. And I was telling him she dropped, but I don't know if that had anything to do with
Yeah,
anything.
that's reasonable,
Did she cry at all?
in my opinion.
When she's the most quiet baby, and that is alarming in situations like at home.
Gotcha.
Kirsty has just admitted that Fallon is a very quiet child. If detectives were wondering if maybe the child had behavior problems and an adult lost control while dealing with that through abusive discipline, well, Kirsty just ruled that out. The detective peering off into space and reaching for the back of his head may indicate a restructuring of questioning
Body language analysis is not admissible in court. It's a pseudoscience. There are a lot of people who are content creators in the true crime sphere, and they will often go on about how, oh, a person did X, it must mean Y. And some of them will try to reframe it as they're speculating because, you know, they've gotten busted for doing it. But don't put any stock into body language analysis. It's literally a pseudoscience. I used to believe in it, and then I had to be educated on why it's stupid. It's no different than in the early 1900s when people were using another pseudoscience called phrenology, and they would take measurements of the skull and how it was shaped, and that determined whether someone was intelligent, good or evil, etc. Let me check the docs. I do not know. All right. Yes. Mega Rayquaza in hardcore.
strategy. It's clear that letting Kirsty speak is the most optimal thing we can do right now.
And that is what has been an issue for me, but you can't go to a lover and say, hey, the man you just married, I understand his past, but, maybe look into that a little bit better, or maybe not leave him with him all day on Friday. You understand what I'm saying?
Or, yeah.
First of all, I would never marry a man with a record like that.
Yeah.
Second off, you're never going to be left with my child.
Yeah.
Like I said, I wouldn't even let them babysit my children.
I would not be ready for it either.
At this point, it's unclear exactly what past Kirsty's referring to when it comes to Kim.
And once again, this is even more, I'm the victim, so I'm gonna blame literally everyone else, and she's gonna enumerate on it later.
What this has to do with the damage Fallon suffered while in her care.
It has nothing to do with that.
Off with Kirsty,
Okay.
Cameron was nowhere near the little girl. This
Yep.
is the second time she's mentioned Fallon's stepfather. Regardless of
All
what
right, let's
his
see.
past may be, the fact remains that Cameron was not present during the time Fallon appears to have suffered the injuries. Kirsty was.
So anyway, she's
All
always
right.
in my room. I feed her, I bathe her, I do everything for her. I try to minimum stressors to the maximum degree. Basically.
Well, I was curious too. I was seeing that was for you. Do you have like any other pictures of her today?
Oh God.
Yeah, that's big cringe. I've never had to fight a Rayquaza in a game like Rad Red, and I'm definitely not interested in doing it. Could you use Galarian Wheezing when neutralizing gas? Or is that ability banned in hardcore? I've only seen someone play hardcore in this once. There was a lot of resetting. Let's put it that way.
I'm all about the pigs.
Cool. Can I take a look? I just want to see because I'm just trying to play catch up. So I really appreciate it.
They got her talking about pictures of the kids. That's huge because evidence. We love that. All right, so then we'll go attack down, probably special attack up.
I am we'll go.
All right, let's see.
And these are today. Okay.
Okay, gotcha. I don't know what that was like, but based on your response to Ray Ray, it's probably terrible.
That's all stood.
don't have Volt Absorb yet. Brr. Mm.
That's my baby Harper. Yeah, so I have a 3-row seat. So I put 3 car seats in the back, and then I put my baby boy, face forward in the middle. And I've been in 2 really bad car wrecks, so I'm trying, I just got this around there today.
So we're gonna go grab a Volt Absorb watch roll now. All right.
I don't know about this picture, but this is definitely today because that was the jacket she was wearing this morning. Sometimes she likes to sleep in my son's bed.
There you go.
So I put that little
Let's see.
BB thingies.
Boppy or whatever it's called.
Yeah, and then I keep her safe, just in case if I
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, that is disgusting. Supercell is a mad lad.
Go back to the one, because I'm just curious,
Which one?
the last one you had shown, I'm sorry.
All right.
I think they get along so well, huh?
Oh, with them two?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're best friends. Yeah, what is he there? But you can go, I mean, really.
We'll grab Silicobra, but because it's not a whatnot until it's Megaform, I can't use it. It's also rich that literally a child murderer is like, oh yeah, my life is all about my kids. I'm a mommy.
Like I said,
Mm.
I consider her my child. She's literally,
And then I murdered her. Like you do.
part of the family. Gotcha.
We're family. Like Olive Garden.
Because my son.
All right.
So like we really, we really have made something so special. That's why like I'm like really probably.
Yep, she's so special I killed her. She's so dumb. I love this. Alright.
It's possible that Kirsty may think she's coming off as a caring and responsible
Yeah,
adult.
exactly.
Picture she took of her
It's
kids and found
calculated.
that day. But in reality, the detectives are likely looking for visible
There you
signs
go.
of injury that may have been present during that time frame. If detectives were previously considering Chris and Cameron as suspects, this information might help rule them out. Next, the lead detective steps away, allowing the second detective to present his own
Yep,
questions.
absolutely. That's intentional. Alright.
Sorry. Give me one second. That's okay. So yeah, just hang tight. Well, I'm just trying to, like I said, I was trying to get caught up. So clearly.
Alright. We need to get a Volt Absorb one.
She went to the hospital. No, that's.
I mean, Mega, honestly, Ampharos is super mid. I tried using it in mono electric and it basically just wasn't happening. It's too slow. It doesn't have levitate. It's not good. So I'm fine with Supercell giving it tail glow.
What I don't understand. So she, again, I was literally asleep. I'm not raised at roughly 11 o'clock I came in. So that was, were you believed, I guess, that she may have fell off the slide or whatnot?
Okay, so
There's Volt Absorb. Okay.
to me, the slide, the thing, what?
Yes. If you're not doing a monotype and you have multiple trick room setters, you're probably fine using Ampharos there. But because I was doing mono electric, I think I had like maybe 1 trick room setter. So I wasn't able to leverage Mega Ampharos. In fact, I had gotten to Lance and I did not have enough to get past Lance and Mega Ampharos. So I had to go back to the table and change it up. Yeah, exactly. It's an issue. So if you're not restricted to typings, yeah, it's super lame. All right.
It sounds like, but then like on the bottom of the slide, there's like a, the bottom of the slide, and then you can like, if you lift your head up, the only thing I could think of
All right,
is
now we're good for what's his
something
face.
right here. It's like it's serious,
All right.
a little bit of red. But that was it. Like, there's nothing serious enough to where it would be like, oh my gosh, like I need to rush her to the hospital because internal bleeding. You know what I mean?
good luck with mono poison. Let's see.
So I laid her down. She hasn't her own bed, actually, at my house.
We'll do that.
I had a bed for her, my daughter, and I had a bed for her.
We'll go speed up.
Laid her down with
Attack down.
next to her, and then I put mac and cheese and vegetables.
Was she playing the house when I got back? Was she playing it?
So she was playing for like a second, and then when she wanted to lay down. So in my daughter's room, she.
So far, according to if we were to consider what the narrative has been that Kirsty has given, dropped off at 6:30 in the morning, everything's fine. We go to the park up until the point where she falls off the slide, everything's fine. She falls off the slide, she goes home, she's got like a little red or whatnot, a bump on her head, everything's fine. Then all of a sudden, she's not fine. But there's no way falling off the slide is going to be able to account for those other injuries, which is where it gets spicy, because they have not confronted her yet. They're basically just sitting there, be like, "Yas, girl, spill the tea," and then they're going to confront her over the tea.
She has a TV, she has all this stuff that we just love. So that's like the little spot, and then the playroom too. She went and lay down, and then just for a minute, and then I was like, "Fallon, are you hungry? You want dinner?" And she ran, even though she had, I'm not yelling, so you just didn't see me. She ran in the kitchen. I'm like, "Oh, she's hungry, she looks good, she's great." She made me in her for a second, why am I all cold? And then, doesn't, no, I'm thinking, okay, that's weird. You know what I mean? We were just so hungry. You're not giving me candy, you know?
All right, good to go. Let's take on Faulkner.
I think my parents, my dude, say, just easy, to your way out.
More bad mouthing the victim's family. Oh yeah, I thought it was weird that she was doing this. It's not because I beat her, it's because her parents feed her junk food at home. So obviously it couldn't be me. Let me find something real quick. There we go. All right.
Those candy and chips.
Just to make it easy, just to get the food. Yeah,
And I'm overweight.
great parenting, but hey.
No, I get it too, but I'm overweight and I don't want to, I don't want to do it to my kids.
All right,
So
Faulkner.
basically, I'm just trying to like have healthy options at my house.
Okay, cool.
So anyway, she didn't eat. Harper, I ended up giving all the food to my dog. I literally just threw it. She had like 2 bites. She had like 2 bites. I think she had like.
Ow.
Maybe 1 shell of a needle. And then the rest I just gave to my parents.
Very nice.
I ran out of dog food and
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't go to the store. I was trying to cook dinner, trying to do all this. Didn't want to leave her. So we stepped outside for 5 minutes. Whatever, 10 minutes. Smoke stick.
I was hoping for a flinch.
Go back in there and check on her, and she's looking like this. I'm like, what is that about?
I think she's gonna side beam after this, so I'm gonna swap in.
I built her like a unicorn.
Okay.
So I had the Christmas tree, and she was just like this.
Yeah.
Ah!
Maybe that I can. I'm gonna go talk with them real quick. Yeah. So
This is gonna hurt though.
just so we can get this whole thing going.
Am I talking too much?
Oh no, you're good. You're incriminating yourself. Don't worry.
To Fallon being hospitalized,
All
the
right.
main detective excuses himself again to go into the other room and speak with Kirsty's partner, Jeffrey Myers.
And that's very much prisoner's dilemma. They don't entirely do it here, but you got 2 people involved in a crime and they'll literally be like to the one person, "Yo, your partner told us everything. They said it's you. So, you know, just confess, lol." But they can't be too specific, because if the cop says stuff that the person they're more or less threatening with the prisoner's dilemma knows isn't true, it won't work. But yeah, they'll often play the other against each other, even if they don't even have another person in custody. Because, you know, once again, you're allowed to lie to get a confession. Because the first person to crack, they get the best deal. So if Jeff completely rolls over and is like, yeah, she did this, and literally gives all the details, he's still getting punished. But he's definitely getting a lesser charge compared to what Kirsty will get. And it doesn't entirely play out that way, because he constantly denies, like, whatever they're talking about. But it's very much, she does get a harsher sentence.
She was, and then that's when you called me, she had the distant look, I guess, that when you called the ambulance.
She had this look, I put her in the tub because shell shock. You know what I mean? That cold water.
And this is wild. I understand the idea of, like, trying to rouse someone by splashing cold water in their face, similar to those ammonium smelling salts when people are unconscious. But this person, aka 2-year-old baby, is unresponsive. Let's just throw it in cold water. That'll work. And then she calls it shell shock. When shell shock, and the narrators go on specifically, shell shock was used to describe PTSD in World War I because they didn't know it was PTSD. And then you had Patton being like, anyone who's suffering from shell shock or PTSD, not called PTSD at that time, is a coward. I think back then it was called battlefield fatigue. But yeah.
Sometimes can, you know, just do the trick, just real fast. So,
we're not going to use Rotom, and we're not going to use Tara for this. Alright.
Like, literally, like, sat her down like this, trying to get water, held her back, like, the back of her neck.
Actually, I'll keep Rotom. Higher base stat. I'll ditch Tara.
Didn't even respond.
Alright, let's see.
Put yourself in Kirsty Flood's situation for a moment. A 2-year-old that you're watching for someone else is displaying signs of cognitive decline so severe that they're refusing to eat and are unresponsive. What would you do? You'd likely call for help immediately. What kind of person runs a cold bath to submerge an unresponsive 2-year-old child in it, in their diaper and socks? Shell shock is a term that started being used during World War I to describe a type of PTSD some soldiers experienced at war. This has nothing to do with resuscitating a toddler that's unresponsive by submerging them in cold water.
Exactly.
What's even more frightening is that Kirsty made the statement that this can sometimes do the trick, as if what she said is common practice. Bizarre doesn't even begin to explain this.
So she just lost consciousness.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go, Brock.
After she had fallen in the park,
But your dad just told me he had the flu yesterday. Or on Monday.
Okay, Onyx.
Okay.
That's fine.
And she's been sick. Okay, so I say that to say she's been sick. And she got my 8-month-old son sick, my daughter sick, all of us sick. You know how that goes. And that was a couple weeks ago, but they said it was a sinus infection.
Ah, that hurt.
Calls me, I don't want to remembrance. Calls me around
Oh, for
in the morning.
Oh, you hate to see it. That's so cringe.
I feel like I have, or I feel like I'm super sick, and then apparently he had the flu.
Wow.
And then he goes
One
to
rock
the
tomb is all it
hospital
takes to make me slower than him. I did not expect that. Alright.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't do that. We don't think the same. He's also on
There you go.
methadone.
Alright.
So, you know, no judgment. No judgment at all.
He's an addict, but I don't judge.
Your mental state, if you're on methadone every single day, you're not gonna be the same as it would be if you weren't. Methadone is
I mean, we knew this was gonna be hard, so it's not that surprising, you know?
I don't know why the doctors
Okay, we know what this is.
You know what I mean?
If Kirsty's assertion that Cameron has been prescribed methadone by a doctor
Aha.
is correct, it's likely to help him deal with coming clean off an addiction to opioids. Methadone helps reduce withdrawal symptoms that can be dangerous and even life-threatening.
Yeah, you
If
can't
used
go cold
correctly
turkey.
under doctor's supervision and not abused, this is a good way to get your life back under control.
But yeah, sadly, people, if they don't want to get better, you can't force them to get better. So there will be people who, oh, it's like I got in trouble and now I need to like get clean, and they may not want to get clean. So instead of using like the methadone or the Suboxone or whatever synthetic that they're using trying to get better, they just abuse it. So it's clear based on what the narrator's saying that Kirsty doesn't understand that it's an aid meant to get clean, and we don't even know if any of the things she's saying is true. She lies a lot, so it's honestly fine that she's a unreliable narrator. All right.
Control. Kirsty still seems set on painting Cameron as a bad guy, but she's doing a poor job of it. And again, whether or not he is, still doesn't explain what happened to Fallon.
Okay, so, well, basically, now I think I'm more...
And yeah, everything Kirsty is saying could be true. Even if it were true, Kirsty is the only one with Fallon all day. So it doesn't matter if this guy was a child predator and an addict, and the mom was an addict. She stated Fallon was fine, and then all of a sudden she wasn't.
Clear, at least. So when the kid, when she had basically, I guess, fallen off the swing at the park, she was, talking and doing everything back at the house as far as she wanted to go to sleep and that kind of thing. So she was.
The weird thing is that she wanted to go to sleep.
Okay.
Not weird. You only have so much energy, especially as a child, you know?
It's perfectly normal for a 2-year-old little girl who initially woke up at 6 a.m. and has been playing all day to need a nap at some point. I don't need to look up any professional advice to attest to this because I have a 2-year-old who often naps in the afternoon, especially if the day has been an active one. For example, playing at the park.
I guess, from what I'm understanding, the kid is pretty ill, to this point, but that's what we're trying to find out. I mean, you're saying that if she may have taken a little tongue off the slide, but yet she was still walking, doing things, then went to sleep for a little bit, and then you came and saw her later. I'm trying to explore what you're telling me.
She always has,
And she just had like a distance.
And that's also key. I'm only going off what you're telling me. The only thing the cops really have at this moment, if Kirsty had said nothing, is the medical examiner's report and, the fact that you were the only person with them all day. Where did I get Scyther? I would have to check the docs. I do not know where Scyther is off the top of my head. Let's see. Scyther is Route 16 at night. It's also possible it's from a raid den. All right.
Look about her, and then where did it go from that to put her in, and she's unresponsible as tub?
have you ever seen a kid do that?
Do what?
This.
Looking to the left or right?
No, literally, looking at you and then just go like this.
Okay,
And
we're
just like,
almost good to go.
back.
Hell yeah, Charmeleon, let's go.
So you're saying she looked...
Ditch Scratch for Incinerate because the utility of burning berries is huge.
I was like, okay, that's weird.
Okay.
To me, that just screams. Like,
Now,
I don't know. I don't even know. But I know that that's something I'm unfamiliar with. And being a mother, if I'm not familiar with it, just like the CPR thing. That's why we call it the hit.
so this person uses mother in like the loosest technical sense because the thing she does is not how any mother should ever act. So yeah, she popped the child out of her. Technically a mother. All right, let's see. So we need fletchling. And we need hidden ability fletchling because Gale Wings is poggers. That's gonna be my Erica sweep.
Ambulance, because I'm not certified and I'm not going to risk someone's life trying to give CPR if I don't know how to
I
do
mean,
it.
I'll abuse them to death, but I'm not gonna give CPR oopsies and, you know, do that.
CPR and stopping a child from choking. Should I ever need these skills? The internet has quick-ready tutorials that can save a life fast. Also, 911 dispatchers can assist you over the phone easily. There is no way the situation Kirsty is describing would prompt me to run a cold bath and put an unresponsive 2-year-old in it. Also bear in mind, the only thing Kirsty has really described up to this point is that Fallon was looking to one side.
And so she would never look back. Her eyes stayed glued to the side, is what you're telling me.
No, I mean, eventually, after a couple minutes, it came back,
Oh, okay. Okay.
and then we put her in the tub, 2 seconds. Just a quick little,
And your boyfriend?
yes.
Okay.
Just a quick little, he was helping me trying to get everything in the squad. Put her in the tub for 2 seconds, and then, you know, bring her back. I
Well, I mean, as far as that, I'm just saying, like, I'm tracking on dad.
her, rocking her, like, we're literally rocking her, holding her, like, doing all that, you know, like, just the comforting aspect, just trying.
I mean, yeah, I abused this child to the point that she died of her wounds. But when I realized she was unresponsive, I was acting like a mother. You can have it both ways.
And do like the whatever, I don't know, trying to do everything that I could motherly do. And natural mother things that you could do. And nothing was working.
Okay.
And then she went, well,
At that point, after you got out of the tub.
I'm like, what?
And abusers do this all the time. They'll realize they've gone too far with their abuse, and they'll try to find ways to resuscitate the child. Whether it be Shanda Vander Ark having her son Paul put pizza bites in front of a starving child's nose to rouse him out of unconsciousness, or putting him in a warm bath, or putting him in a warm bath and rocking him. They're fine with the abuse until it looks like their actions have consequences, and it's heinous.
No, seriously, like, what is going on? Like, I could see if, like, poison or, like, something that would, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
They need to run some tests on that girl. They really do. Alright. And they need to run some tests on her. I don't know what to do from here on out, though, as far as, like, I'm her nanny, and I'm her, all of this, and I don't know, I'm afraid of her mothers. I don't know if I should give her a hospital and give her a hug. See, that was me.
The situation is way past hugs, and listening to Kirsty continually try to convince the officer that she's a great person who cares about Fallon is getting exhausting. When the lead detective returns, it's obvious that he's had enough and he's no longer playing Kirsty's game. He wants answers, and he asserts to Kirsty that he believes she has them. It's time for them to strip away.
It's about to get good. I'm going to grab some water. We'll do some Pallas cat coverage, and then we'll be back into the crime coverage. This fletchling is not cooperating, and I'm hoping by grousing about it out loud, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. It turns out it does. You fucking love it. So, gotta go fast. Big fast. It's gonna be Sanic. Gale Wings with Tailwind. You love to see it. Alright, save. Breb. All right, and we're back. So gonna get another Pallas Cat video in, then back to crime coverage. All right, what do we have this time? This is going to be more Zelenogorsk. His name roughly translates to Greenville/Greenberg. That was the city he was found in as a kitten. Kind of similar to Dasha. Dasha was also a Pallas cat. She was found on like an abandoned cart, and someone was kind enough to take her in, nurse her back to health, and then they released her back into the wild because she longed to be free. And I believe the family that did that, they do get they do see her every now and again in the wild with photography. Magica, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for keeping me company. Good luck on your run. I hope you sleep well and take care. Thank you. I hope I do well too, because it would certainly be nice. Surge is gonna be difficult. Anyone with rock and ice is gonna be difficult, but I think mono flying is gonna be one of the easier ones, especially since I don't have to worry about earthquake from 5 of Lance's mons. And Pheromosa loses 4 times to dual wing beat. Alright, so more Pallas cats, then back to crime coverage. We can also get Gyarados coming up soonish. Just not for Surge, obviously, because, you know, 4 times to electric hurts. He's so eepy. I love the orange in his coat. Oh. And you can tell it's a Zelenogorsk because his one eye is all scuffed from when he had an infection. He can still see out of it, but it's a discernible marker, you know? And he is at a zoo in Russia. I think Novosibirsk. So eepy. I find the harmonica music to be soothing. I also find it annoying that videos have been buffering for like the first 5 to 10 seconds every time, and there's no way to get rid of the buffering. I have no proof of this, but I very much suspect it's YouTube trying to clamp down on people refusing to use YouTube Pro or pay money to only get screwed later, because companies time and time again absolutely will do that. I remember when Twitch Prime, you never got ads, and now people have Twitch Prime and they still sometimes get ads. It's cringe. But also I understand that no one's a charity, and if I ever qualify for ads, I will want to make some money as well. Let's see. We'll do one more, and then back to crime coverage. I'm somewhat disappointed that I explored all the Travel for Animal Pallas Cat videos. Their channel only goes back 2 years, so they've been more or less exhausted, which is, I guess. Let's see. I may have to start looking for other channels. There's only so many, you know. I think this is an original video from the one that has the Mario music over it. It might not be, I don't know. Okay. They don't know what pumpkins are, so it'll be interesting to see how they respond. Doing a sniff, trying to figure out what it is. Maybe doing a lick even. Okay, paw fits inside. Huh, okay. Not gonna lie, Headless Horseman Manuel would be very funny. Doesn't seem to know what to make of it. That was a good, wholesome bit of fun. I suspect the Pallas cat gets a treat because tricking them is a crime punishable by death, you know? So let's get back into the crime coverage. They're more or less gonna now be like, so we've been listening to what you're saying, and this is why it's BS. But she doesn't know that yet. And that's part of why I've watched this video so many times. Because now she's gonna have to backtrack and scramble to explain how Fallon got so injured without it being her fault, you know? Okay.
That hope they gave her earlier in the interview.
Okay, so let's get into the meat of the phase of it, okay? She's in bad shape. No real bad shape.
Save, because it's been a minute. I don't have to recatch that.
She might not make it through the night.
What?
Yeah. So I'm gonna read you some stuff because I have some concerns, okay? Here's your Miranda rights. You're not under arrest, but you're here.
So yeah, if she hadn't already, like, you know, just spilled the beans on everything and given the prosecutor so much statement to work with, which will be able to be shown as lies, now, because better late than never, you know, I want a lawyer and I stopped talking. She has a criminal record, so this is not the first time she's been read her Miranda rights.
And please take the station. I'm going to have some really hard questions, so I want you to know what your rights are. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in court.
And if they didn't read her rights, and as soon as they would have like finished it, she's like, you're right, I did it. I murdered the child and the knife is in the bread box or something. Because they didn't follow the correct procedure, they would not be able to use that confession. And if they didn't have enough evidence to prove that it was absolutely this person, because, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt for prosecution, whereas the defense only has to create reasonable doubt, then they wouldn't be able to convict her. So it's very important that everyone has read this and they understand it, that they articulate that they understand it.
Or is evidence against you? You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before you ask him questions and then have him or her with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you without cost, and he or she will be present at all times during your questioning. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time to talk to a lawyer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So, what we have here, and why I'm concerned, is do you want to know all the issues that she has?
Yes.
So yeah, the only thing we know is the knot on the back of her head. It's gonna get graphic in terms of the details. Just a heads up.
Okay. According to the doctors in the ER,
Yes.
she has a skull fracture.
A what?
A skull fracture. Her brain is swollen. She also has internal bleeding, where she has, according to the doctor, let's see here, her belly is full of blood. She's got an injury to her liver, her spleen, and her colon, and is still actively bleeding inside.
Yeah, none of that comes from falling off a slide. Even if you were at like the top of a slide, that's not happening.
She has no brain function.
Oh my God, stop.
She's got bruises all over her body.
Stop.
She's got bruises all over her head. The external part of her head is swollen. She has bruises literally all around her head. I can show you pictures. So that picture you showed me just a few minutes ago, she doesn't look like that right now.
And this is why they let her run her mouth as long as she did. She churched up this story of everything was a great day, I'm an excellent mother, I love her like my own, and at worst, she fell off the stairs. Now it's all those things he just rattled off. She is not doing well, she may die. And all Kirsty can be is like, what? No way. You know?
And this is precisely the hole the detectives let Kirsty dig for herself by allowing her to talk and show them pictures she took of Fallon at the park that day. There's very little question as to whether or not Fallon's own family could have caused what happened to their daughter. And Kirsty's own rambling testimony has begun to box her into a time frame where only her and Jeffrey could have possibly been around Fallon
Exactly.
when the injuries occurred.
It was all intentional.
Rushing her head and all that stuff. You know you're laying in.
So when she was dropped off this morning,
Yeah.
how did she look? How did she act? Did you notice anything that was out of the ordinary?
Her dad just told me she had the flu. I mean, yeah.
So that was more or less the first confrontation. And they're gonna start to push back, but they don't want to push super hard. Because if they push too hard on, if they basically just are like, you're a fucking liar and you're a son of a bitch, we know you murdered her, they don't want her to lawyer up. And it will get to a point later in the interrogation when it gets like really heated and both of them are yelling and shouting, and the one detective swaps in for the other. Because good cop, bad cop, you don't want them lawyering up. Yet another reason why all cops are bastards. Not to come to the defense of a baby killer, rather the fact that they will use hook and crook to get someone. And if they think you did it, they're gonna make it fit.
Had the flu.
That's it.
That's it.
You didn't see any bruises on her head, on her belly, and
She had scratches right here.
from a possible dog scratch, right?
She had a scratch right here, and then she had a bruise right here.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
So no bruises up here.
No.
Okay, none of that was it.
Alright, let's see.
I mean, she wears her hair like this.
Okay.
Okay.
She literally wears her hair like
Alright, nothing here?
I would, if I saw a bruise on her head, I would call her mom immediately. I wouldn't just let a bruise just continue to be a bruise, because that's how you get internal bleeding.
That's right.
That's exactly how that happens.
Alright, let's check here.
And she's bleeding internally.
No.
She's got injuries to her spleen, colon, liver.
Alright, nothing here. That's fine.
From what you told me, the only thing that happened to her today was the fall off the slab at Morgan Falls Park.
Exactly what you told me. They are literally using her own words against her. Yet another reason why you don't talk.
The injuries that this child has, according to the doctor, are acute, which means they have just recently happened.
And this is good in a satisfying way, because now Kirsty's gonna realize, wait a second, they think I did this. And the over-exaggerated, overemphasized, oh my gosh, like, what? That's crazy. Chef's kiss, truly.
absolutely no way. That just happened.
So these injuries this child has are not consistent with what you're telling me happened. The injuries this child has are from some severe abuse or injury.
Uh-huh.
How long have you been today? Just was
Oh my! I can't even believe.
It's so good.
Exactly. How would that even have happened?
you tell me because you weren't there. Were you the only one with the child today?
She already said she was.
When did you
The
get
child, were you caring for the child by yourself today?
Was Andy? I always care for her by myself. Always.
Literally only her.
Every day. There's never been an issue. Ever.
What time today did you get her? Or yesterday? No.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, you had her all day long.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Something's happened that we're not being told. Something's happened. Because those injuries just don't repeat.
There is absolutely nothing that I would ever do to a child.
Ever.
Second off, if you ever look at my kids, they've never been touched.
And that's important. When people say things like, I would never, I'm a straight A student, I'm an excellent mother, I excel at everything. These people have what they believe is an image about themselves that they portray, that they want others to believe, and what you're accusing them doesn't jive. Like, I am this. As such, I would never do that, and that is not a denial. Sarah Boone did it all the time. Other narcissists do it all the time. Listen to people talk when they're being interrogated. It's more often than not the I would never, rather than I did not do that. And even words like that are distancing language, because it's not, I didn't murder Fallon. I didn't murder this child that I treat as my own. It's always the little girl, that little girl. I wouldn't do that because it's distancing language. It's easier for the brain to handle compared to I didn't murder a child that for all intents and purposes was my own. I'm not a baby killer, you know?
They never will be. I don't believe in violence.
Literally has a record for violence. I don't believe in it though.
And you didn't notice any of these injuries on the child before?
All right.
I grabbed him the minute I saw him. It called the ambulance. Does that add up to you?
No.
In your head, does that add up to you?
Lots of crazy things can
If you're concerned about something, and the first thing you do is grab somebody and call the ambulance.
Kirsty makes it sound like she was so concerned with Fallon's condition that the first thing she did was ask Jeff for help and then call an ambulance.
But she
already
didn't.
admitted to running
Yeah.
a cold bath in which she submerged an unresponsive toddler before holding her and rocking her. This was all seemingly before she called for help. Either Kirsty wasn't that concerned with the child's well-being, or her concerns were more deeply invested elsewhere. Kirsty
Exactly.
doesn't see what the detectives don't understand about her side.
She's already sunk herself, and once again, this is why they let you talk. You dig yourself a grave, and then they more or less drop the hammer, and you can't go back in time and unsay those
It's a
things.
story.
I don't understand why.
All right, let's see.
A confusion about that.
Well, the confusion is the kid has injuries, severe injuries that she might not make it through the night, that we're saying just appeared out of nowhere.
All right, let's see. So we're gonna ditch
There's
Natu. We're gonna ditch Oricorio.
extremely confusing.
We'll
The only thing
grab.
I could even think of is that she tripped walking with Harper on cement. That's it.
Those injuries?
Or minute, right? They're minute. Those are little.
No. The injuries she has are not little.
No, That's what I'm saying.
So her tripping and falling would not cause those injuries.
We're gonna grab Gyarados.
Her skull is fractured.
I don't even understand.
Did Jeffrey do something?
Absolutely not.
We're gonna grab Rookity.
So tell me how this happened.
Neither of us are valid people.
Basically, if you've got the kid that was I'm asking from 6 in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Maybe at 6.
Hey, Taro.
24 hours ago because we're working almost.
Hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. Did you ever work up the courage to eat any of those, berries? I hope you're doing well on this Monday. Mono flying, Pokemon coverage, and crime coverage.
Woke up 2 in the morning. The child with the fractured skull is not going to just make it.
Well, I mean, you don't have to eat them. So that's fine. What is so yummy? Did you make some tea?
Day and just decide by the end of the afternoon that she's sick.
Because you're saying during the whole day she's doing fine, everything's great, nothing's going on. All of a sudden at dinner time, she starts acting weird.
That's what doesn't make sense to us. Because the fractured
Her and
skull
Harper
is.
played in the room all day.
Very good. We have Gyarados.
I have that in its existence.
Intimidate, not bad.
And that's exactly
We'll
what I
take that
said.
for now.
Yes, and I watched my son.
Ah,
That's bad footage in my home.
I am glad that you're enjoying that. It's not something I would like, but I'm pleased that you're finding ways to consume the fruits and staying somewhat healthy. What kind of ice cream did you go with? I usually go for vanilla, unless I'm doing like a very specific fruit one. Then I'll do like a strawberry ice cream or something. Yeah, vanilla is great. I also made mulled cider this weekend, so I'm gonna be spacing that out over like the next month because technically I am allergic to apples, so you know that's not fun.
Okay. Do you have access to that?
I do.
Okay. What's it reported on?
Wise.
Well, it's okay, I'll know that.
It's WYZ.
The long and short of this, the woman being interrogated had her quote-unquote best friend's daughter in her care all day. That child is dead. Kirsty, aka the person being interrogated, alleges that, oh yeah, we were at the park and she fell off the slide. And somehow that's going to be able to explain 0 brain activity, fractured skull, hemorrhaging, etc. And they more or less dropped the hammer on her. And Kirsty didn't realize until now that, oh, they think I did this. And yeah, exactly. Moderation, it's pretty much the only way I can consume things. Also, do you want to name either the Bombardier, the Rotom, the Winged Gull, or the Corvisquire? I already named a bird after you, but I'm currently not using that bird.
The fact that she has all of that is heartbreaking, but the fact that any of that would ever happen under my watch in my life, it would never happen.
So this Wise reporting you have,
Yes.
is it through an app, or is it actually card reported like a
Okay,
DVR?
yeah, I'll do that.
Through an app.
I will absolutely do that.
How do we get access to that?
I have an SD card I can fly through probably.
Probably. Let me double check.
And then I can pull it out. It's basically the whole, let me see.
What you're looking at?
Yes, 2 N's. You are correct.
Is it the number correct?
It was now the 10.
has comp been going well for you, Taro? I know when you were here the other day, we were talking about it.
Kirsty searches her phone for the cloud stored video feed from the camera system in her house. When detectives realize that she's pulling up video that could be used as evidence, they likely move over to monitor the situation to make sure nothing gets deleted. And nothing seems out of ordinary on the camera, but when Kirsty's phone dies, the detective leaves.
Oh, that's awesome. I am glad to hear that, Taro. I mean, obviously 15th is 14 places from first, but 15th is still really good. I think last year when Sneck did the rewards team, we did relatively well. So yeah, that's awesome. Does 15th put you in a place? Oh man, that blows. I was gonna say that hopefully 15th put you in a place that you could advance to.
To get a charger for it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, Glimmet has something called Toxic Debris. When hit with an attack, it procs toxic spikes. So, instead, we're going to hit it with a water pulse. Oh, wow. Okay. So, I mean, that's definitely a bit of a slide to go from 6th to 15th. But, yeah. Good on ya. Okay, we need to go with another spell, because I don't want toxic spikes. I'm disappointed that Ancient Power one-shot me, but it turns out birds lose to rocks. Alright, so Houndour, we're gonna give it a Thunder Wave. We're gonna give it a Confuse Ray. So hopefully there will be basically 2 mobility checks each turn for it. It still goes. Gonna give it a Shockwave. I like that the confusion is ducks. It's adorable. Speaking of adorable, Star Emerald came out relatively recently. It's Moemon for Emerald. I'll probably play it in a month or so because I want to let patches come out. Bug fixes, you know.
While the detective is out of the room, Kirsty appears to be nothing shy of defeated. It's clear the question
This is gonna hurt. It's probably gonna Ice Fang.
When the detective turns with the charger, Kirsty asserts that she needs to go soon because of her kids.
Yep.
Is that the right one for it?
Yeah. Thanks.
So she hasn't been arrested yet. She's technically detained. However, they did read her Miranda rights. So if they were so inclined, they could be like, yeah, you don't get to go anywhere.
And I got some for kids.
While she's not under arrest, she has been read her rights and detained, which means she's not free to leave at this time. The detective will continue to let her think she's there on her own free will for now, in order to keep Kirsty talking and let that phone charge.
Exactly. It's intentional.
Yeah. So, has she ever come to your house, like,
All right, nice.
that you were suspected of?
Like, I saw,
All right, very good.
you know,
Yoink.
just random bruises on his legs. And see, the thing about Harper is that, it's exactly as I said. Harper would have her everywhere.
Oh? What are you clearing the trails for? Is this just so you can go walking down the trails easier? We don't have any trails. Oh, okay. Yeah. Taro Strunk. He got that Jarl's energy, apparently. Must be the shakes.
If someone were to run, they'd be like, what? This is clumsy. You know what I mean? I'm not so
worried about the ones on her leg.
And that's more abuser talk. Oh yeah, they walk into doors all the time. Oh yeah, they fall downstairs. Oh yeah, they fall off bathtubs. So clumsy. It's totally not the fact that I'm beating my child to death or anything in a video game, you know? Alright, let's do the next puzzle.
These are like, elevator
question. Glad you asked. Okay. Bunnery.
Like, that doesn't even make sense to me how that would even happen.
Alright, Bunnery,
Especially in the situation.
Fampy, and Fletchling.
First of all, she pretty much lives in her house. She doesn't sleep there, she's there every single day.
Swap into Fampy.
Fallon's mother claimed Kirsty watched the child for 3 days a week. At the start of the interview, Kirsty stated it was 3 to 4 days a week. Now she's upping the frequency to every day. I'm not sure what...
I suspect in Kirsty's mind the idea is, look, I take care of this child basically all the time. I'm Mother Teresa, and she's been fine. So how dare you infer that I'm responsible for this? At least that's where I suspect that Kirsty's going with it.
What Kirsty hopes to accomplish by doing this, I'm not sure she knows either. But either way, it's probably not helping her.
No, it's definitely not.
My thing is, and I can look you like this a million times or whatever, but I didn't touch her. I would never hurt her.
Yet you did. Literally. Ask everyone. Everyone knows. Narcissists do this shit all the time.
I feed her.
Also, this could play into a possible resentment theme. I fucking hate this child. I have to feed her. I have to give her all my daughter's hand-me-downs. I have to bathe her. Fucking hell, she's such a burden. I'm just gonna kill her in a video game. So, she was convicted. Life in prison. But, basically, the more you talk, the less it's gonna help you. So, she needed to go back in time like an hour, ask for a lawyer, and stop talking. Okay. No, not yet, sadly. No. No, not yet. Nope. Alright, so we're good for now. Alright. Eel, now I gotta figure out who I'm bringing. Alright. I don't need Wingull.
Kirsty's not been accused of any crimes so far, but since the start of the interview, she's been desperately hell-bent on convincing the detective that she's non-violent and would never hurt Fallon. Her constantly defending herself in this way is red flag city.
It's difficult. I mean, sometimes it's easy just to...
But yeah, you cannot convince cops that you didn't do it. And if they think you did it, they'll make it fit. So she is just not doing this well. But honestly, that's for the best because we don't want murderers getting away with it.
Lose your cool and things happen. I get it. I just need to know.
And this whole, oh yeah, people just lose their cool. I get it. Things happen. He'll even disparage himself by being like, I'm not a great parent. I'm not a great father. Sometimes I lose my temper. And that's the, well, you refuse to admit anything. So what if you just lost your cool and it's manslaughter instead? Then they can hold her for lying to the police, then they can get her on a lesser charge. Though they'll have the evidence for it to be murder, including her Google searches, which are damning later. But she doesn't bite. Not yet, at least. She also has a record for domestic violence, so she totally has that type of energy. Alright. Literally. Literally. My dog. My dog did it. Get the dog a lawyer. Alright.
You know, just playing and Harper just kind of played basis on him or something.
There you go. Crobat's a friendship Evo. So.
Maybe Grace.
Alright.
I don't know.
Grace case is Kirsty's pit bull dog. She has so far attempted to potentially aim blame at Fallon's stepfather, a playground slide, possibly someone random at the park, and now finally, her dog.
And the only thing I can think of is in a home way, you know, vinyl, it's vinyl, it's, you know, it's
Okay.
I mean, you see how
Crobat, fuck yeah. Crobat is very pog.
Because Fallon actually almost stepped on there was a footboard underneath the
Fast and hits very hard.
She almost stepped on
Alright.
a old rusty ass nail. You know what I mean? And it's like there's just stuff everywhere, but that's dangerous. That's the only thing that I could think of would be where
We can add Kirsty's allegedly dangerous apartment to the list of only things Kirsty can think of that may have harmed Fallon that
Yep,
day.
makes complete sense.
I mean, there was a little bit of a point where I closed my door.
We'll go speed up. Speed is very important.
She walked in and out and out and out and out. You know what I mean? And yeah, I can admit to that.
I can admit to being a piece of shit. You know.
Yeah, I could have made 2 calls in my one day, yeah. For like at least an hour-ish. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Love it. We'll go defense down, speed up.
Yes.
Alright, I think we're good.
She's just admitted to basically neglecting a 2- and 4-year-old for an hour in her dangerous apartment while she closed her bedroom door and slept. It's not a great look for the
No,
self-proclaimed superhero.
it's not.
But another detective confirms that this was before the visit to the park. Kirsty likely realizes this excuse won't fly either. She then begins hiding part of her face with the mask. This may be a self-soothing technique to hide her rising.
More body language analysis, ignore it. It's not admissible in court. It's not even a science. People do different things for different reasons. People who are neurodivergent or neuroatypical will act in ways that, according to this very outdated and unfair body language rubric, oh man, they acted like a sussy baka. Let's throw them to the wall, you know. It's BS.
Nerves.
I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know.
Tell the truth.
You're the only one that was with them all the time.
Very true. She literally said it. All right.
And these injuries happened.
They sure did.
We were saying we have no idea how they happened.
None.
Like, if I could,
Turn back time. If I could find a way, if I could reach the stars, I'd give it all to you. Yeah, I'm the victim. Save. All right. Which didn't happen.
Which we didn't see happen.
Grace.
She literally blames the dog. It's so good.
Did you hear her cry out at all today?
I mean, I'll hear, Fallon is the most quiet thing in my room. Ask her mom. My kid doesn't cry.
Ask anyone. Everyone knows.
So that's not even a, my kid, you would hear from miles away, and so was brushing her hair. There's a big difference.
Sorry. See me now.
Okay.
Go.
Out of chat. So you get on your drink right now. So
Man, I need to get my kids, but yeah.
Well, just saying.
Save. Rival battle. Let's go.
It feels odd to me that detectives left Kirsty in the room alone with her phone that may have evidence on it.
There's recovery programs. Pretty much anything can be recovered. So, considering how Kirsty's been acting, it makes sense to me that they're not gonna like raise her hackles even more by being like, yeah, we're taking your phone. I also have the benefit of hindsight knowing how she's going to act, so that definitely colors my experience a bit. But it's fine. They're gonna seize the phone eventually, and even if she did delete stuff, they would be able to recover it. So I want to go cross poison, but I know if I go cross poison, they're gonna swap into a Poniard who is immune to poison because steel.
They may not have the right to take it from her yet, but I feel like the right thing to do would be to monitor her while she's detained and in possession of the device. But that's just my opinion. It's possible they were still under the assumption that the phone was charging. Either way,
Okay,
with the
Poniard,
detectives out of the room,
we'll swap
Kirsty is
out.
frantically texting someone. When the detectives return, Kirsty finds a spot in the video
Ah.
feed from the cameras in her house that shows Fallon at about 7:56 p.m. She seems to think this support
Incinerate burns up the berry. I'll have to swap out here because obviously fire is weak to water.
reports that what she's been telling the detectives is true, but in reality, it just
Okay.
further serves to vindicate Fallon's parents or a possible stranger at the park. It also brings Kirsty's playground slide theory into question.
Slide rule! Slide rule!
A little bit.
Can you see if you can pull up that camera again?
Alright. In comes Poniard.
She wants to come back.
Ah, the knockoff. You hate to see it, truly.
This is from Wise, W-Y. This needs to be
Staravia. We go into Bombardier. We rock throw. And we rock throw. So easy. Alright, we're good.
a video for the camera.
Crobat's so cool. Apparently there's a Mega Crobat in Elite Redux, so I'll have to look into that one day. There's a lot of power creep in Elite Redux, which is kind of why I don't want to play it, you know?
Right there.
Okay.
And then the jumper.
Outfit change, I totally forgot to do so earlier. Where's Cynthia?
Looks like crazy.
She gets a motorcycle for her bike.
Someone just gave her a kiss.
Alright.
Wish we were the world.
Now we gotta make our way through Nugget Bridge.
Where'd she go? Thank God. Did you see her being normal? Did you see that? Ghost.
Now she's blaming the friendly ghost in her house. Also, yeah, it's like, hey, look at my camera. Look at my phone. She's fine. Ergo, I couldn't have done it. Yet she's dead. With all these injuries. And you were the only one with her. Something had to have happened. And she doesn't get it. Which I love.
Ghost. Oh,
There's a fly above us.
Alright, very good. We're gonna save. Let's get it.
Right there, right?
that was like his play. Cause that's a good time for him.
Air Cutter hits both. Incinerate hits both. Get rid of their berries and kill them.
There's me.
And there she is.
Make good plates. Yeah, see, I told you.
Everything's fine. Am I free to go?
Look at her.
She literally says it's mind blowing. That does blow my mind.
What time is showing you?
This is 1956:25. What is
It's
it?
almost 8 o'clock.
Military time.
Whatever happened to Fallon clearly occurred after 7:56 p.m.
All right, we're gonna swap Crobat out. Actually, no. I'll cross poison Jigglypuff. We'll incinerate again.
Again.
Ah, it's fine though. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. She's okay. This kid, more distancing language. More blaming the victim. It's literally everyone else's fault. I love it. All right.
And then that's when the lights were back, I guess.
Gotta swap out. This is gonna hurt.
And then that's when my dogs decided it
Mm.
was free game.
No. We want the Astonish.
Bottom's gonna be clear.
Astonish again.
I went to the back to check on her. Cause I was like, she's looking kind of weird.
Astonish again. Pluck.
Suggested him or I suggested that they real fast, and then I got her in a little long towel, and I
Very nice.
rocked her and rocked her and rocked her.
Okay, this little bastard.
And I started freaking out.
He's got a cheek pouch so he heals more, and he's got stomping tantrum. I think he has a rock move too.
And then that's when we called.
Oh yeah, Thunder, there it is.
Kirsty goes on to explain that she tried to get
There's
Fallon
the
to eat
berry.
several times and she wouldn't. She also tells detectives that Fallon's mother
Ah,
had
you
done
hate
FaceTime
to
with
see it.
Fallon until Kirsty's phone died.
Well, Ice
Right
Fang.
after that, Chris called Jeffrey's phone.
Oh
This
yeah,
was
4
all
times.
after 8:10.
I'm a silly goose, I totally
The
forgot.
911 call was placed at 8:59 p.m.
Alright.
It's sad to think that Kristen Friedland may have just spoken to her daughter right before things got really bad.
Yep, I hate it. The mother blames herself for
I don't know. I'm just trying to
Fallon's death.
about
It's so horrible.
scenarios, maybe.
Okay.
Then
Bite.
she's laying there, fell over.
Ah, you hate to see it, really. There you
Like,
go. Okay.
I don't think a dog stepping on would fracture her skull.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hard one to buy. You hate it. Very nice. Now we gotta build a team because Rocket Grunt is kind of difficult.
But scratching isn't
All right, let's see.
I'm not really scratching right now.
exactly it's insane. So discuss the cancel it out then too.
And I think for the dog to fracture her skull, I think that's.
No, let me say a Q.
Let me see if Noibat gets Dragon Rage. That'll be useful if she does.
Like today.
So good is one.
Like how early is when you think?
Before it. Before security went hell.
But the problem with that is she said Fallon was fine at 6:30 in the morning. Yeah. There's no world where this works. Okay.
Also, what can I see why?
Hmm.
There's
I really want to go. I might ever six and you would bring over.
Hmm.
because this was that's what we're trying to. Because this is gonna help. So is this the right move beforehand?
The other detective appears back in the room again, and this time he's accompanied by a third female officer who just so happens to have the same camera system
No
Kirsty
Dragon
does,
Rage. You
while
hate to
maybe
see
not
it.
seeing exactly what they were looking
Dragon
for.
Rage does a flat 40 damage. Early on, that's a lot of damage.
A better picture of
Okay.
what happened to Fallon, something that can't be seen on camera.
Is there a way to get a link to the video?
Okay. I think I'm gonna... Let's take a gander at this. 25, okay. This actually might work then. I can set rain to make the fire damage do less. Pella Pepper. Please be the right one. Not Drizzle, feels bad. Maybe she has Scald though. Scald's a pretty good one. Let's see.
But say we want to make a copy of the video from today.
Okay.
Do you know sure how high she was? Like usually or whatever?
I would have to get that for you.
Wakanda Berry, because it's a 4 times weakness. But we don't have Wakanda yet, so I'm not a fan. It'll have to be citrus.
Well, all I want is from the time 6 a.m.
Okay, let's see what else we can do. Yeah, why do you need to see the rest of it? I showed you, everything's fine.
I should simply be able to watch the whole thing. You hear what I'm saying?
No, everything's fine. What's wrong? Why are you doing this to me?
You did.
All right.
When we stopped scrolling for dinner time, it went by itself. And it showed us, we actually saw the video playing.
Detectives want a copy of the stored video recording, and they also want to enable the sound just in case they're missing something. Obviously, if they could hear what occurred, it might give them some insight. But Kirsty doesn't like this, and seems to feign willful ignorance as to why the information would be needed. A totally innocent person would likely easily cooperate with law enforcement.
No. The totally innocent person asks for a lawyer and stops talking because innocent people have been wrongfully convicted. And that's the reason why there's literally something called the Innocence Project that works on people who have been wrongfully convicted, whether it be corruption, false confessions, etc. So don't buy into this whole, you need to just cooperate, Lamau. Only guilty people ask for lawyers. Like, it's propaganda. It's bullshit.
In this scenario, because they'd have nothing to hide.
No.
Kirsty eventually
No.
agrees to email the full video
All right.
to detectives once she gets home.
I hate to say, like, anything against Cameron, but,
I don't want to say it's Cameron's fault, but he's a child predator and I hate him. So it's clearly his fault and I'm innocent. It's so blatant, you know?
would you think that's weird? Because she does it all the time. I didn't, like, literally gone like this.
Man, no.
Just to kind of receive. And
There
she's
you go.
like,
We'll do that.
Oh, you know, from pressure.
So today,
No.
she had where she lectured.
She resembles. I buy all of her.
Bug water is actually kind of nice because she's not not 4 times weak.
Kirsty keeps on talking
All
to
right.
detectives about how good she is to Fallon and how much she does for her before going back to the topic
No.
of Fallon's stepfather, Cameron. This is a recurring theme in both Kirsty Flood and her partner Jeffrey Myers' interrogations. Kirsty alleges
I
that
think
Cameron had time for child
that'll
abuse,
work.
specifically
I don't have a ghost mon, so Kamala's gonna be a pain.
Facebook post specifically about this. In a later interview with police, Kirsty
All right.
alleges that Chris denied the allegations, said they were misunderstandings, and had her family remove the posts.
All right, we're gonna
Now, this
save.
wouldn't be the disturbing
Let's go.
truth if I didn't consider the information and do some digging. I did find old charges unrelated to anything Kirsty asserts. I also found a recent charge against Cameron Gant
Hey.
from March 29th of 2023.
It's gonna
for
protect,
violation
which
of
we
a family
know.
violence order. Apparently, there was a temporary protection order, or TPO, issued against Cameron Gant for Kristen's sake.
Maybe we
He
get a
allegedly
burn?
broke this in a non-violent way by
Yes.
canceling her phone. I'm not
Kamala.
exactly sure why the TPO
It's how
was
I
issued in the
remember
first
it.
place, but I do know Chris and Cameron are no longer together.
We know
While
it's
Kirsty's
gonna
claims are
protect
concerning,
again.
she's so far been caught in
So-
several lies
oh,
and
I was
changed her
wrong.
story
Okay.
multiple times in her interviews.
We're gonna
Her
go-
boyfriend Jeff does the same thing throughout his interrogation with detectives. Also, the fact remains
Nice.
that Cameron was nowhere near
This
Fallon
hurts, we gotta
when
swap
the
out.
damage occurred. I can't demonize Cameron Gant on charges
You
most of which
hate
happened
it.
10 to 15 years ago that do not in any way correlate with Kirsty's claims or the injuries
Yeah.
that Fallon sustained.
This
while
is
they
gonna
were
be a
kept.
pain.
Kirsty's lies and her attempts to redirect suspicion aimed at her
Ah.
and Cameron still aren't working. Whether or not Cameron Gant is a good person is not something I can conclude, but I can conclude that he didn't kill Fallon.
Who said he has a child abuse past?
She did.
Well, this is awkward.
She knows.
Who had a child abuse past?
And Gyarados clutches it out. Ha! Nice. Yeah. Yeah, there's a puzzle later in the game where you have to guess Pokemon cries. It's Magmar, Nincada, Gallade, and Komala. And, or Kamala, whatever. And I always go, and First Lady Kamala Harris. And my therapist was like, her name's Kamala. And I'm like, yeah, well, guess what? Kamala is funny. So that's why I went with it. Alright, so let's see what else we have as far... Oh, also Gyarados looks very angry. He's kind of pogging, but he's also like, ah! So I don't think I want him to be my following Pokemon. That's kind of unsettling. Let's put Crobat back in the front. There we go. Crobat also looks a little silly, but less of a meme. Also, we'll shake it up with some more Pallas Cat coverage, because you weren't here for Pallas Cats earlier.
Over a kilo heavier. Adults with a fierce-looking face. The body is round, with long, dense fur.
He'd be like, let me down, vile human? Oh, okay, I'm sorry to hear that.
The team then releases the cat.
The cat is not pleased in the slightest.
These little legs are designed for distance.
Oh, you did? That's awesome. I haven't got to pet a cat in a long time, but I think I got to pet a dog a while ago, so that was really cool, you know? Ah, so unenthused. And so small. Oh, that... Hopefully you got your shots. Don't want to die of toxoplasmosis or whatever else cats have. We'll do one more short Pallas Cat video before you go off to play taps. A classic, since you're, you know, a pianist and all that. Zelenin Gorsk is such a good boy. Alright, back to Pokemon once I finish this set. Ah, there we go. Alright, back to crime coverage in Pokemon. I don't want to have to go through that again, so we're going to make a point to save.
Really did some time.
There we go. Good.
And when you do things like that,
And knowing she got convicted for this,
it's kind of like
it's super rich that it's like, oh yeah, I abuse children. It's one of those things that's either in you or not. It's very much in her. Alright, let's check the raid den. Oh, I love when it gets spicy. Alright, let me check.
I don't know how long it's gonna take for her to come out, or if she doesn't come out. They were doing everything they can.
She might be already dead, and they haven't told her yet. But they are gonna tell her eventually.
They sure can. They can. She has suffered a lot of damage.
And they still don't have a reasonable explanation that isn't Kirsty did it, you know? Alright, let's see. We're gonna grab Farfetch'd.
Cho specialize in kids. And they're telling me that she has
things gonna go up.
fractured skull, brain bleed, swollen brain, injured liver.
The main division was
Wasn't asking for your current key, so we can do it for you.
we're ready to go home, right?
Right? Everything changes here.
And
I love it.
And why we're still here is because she has all these injuries.
She doesn't get it until now.
And the person she was with today is you.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I need to know, and I need to find
It's
out
happening.
how she got all these injuries.
We're doing it live.
And I get when watching the video, this is what makes everything confusing.
Yup, sure does.
These injuries just didn't happen out of nowhere.
Big true.
These injuries happened somehow. You're the only person with her all day.
That is not even fair. You did not pin it on me.
I'm not pinning anything on you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what happened.
Wow.
Wow.
I have children. I have
Oh, very
dogs,
good
I have
taps. I'm pleased.
And I understand.
No, I don't think you do.
I do.
She's about to take my car and my keys.
No, it's not taking your car.
Where is she going with myself?
She came to get the key to lock up the house.
Why?
Because you're a murderer.
Because you should have searched warrant the house.
She's so distressed about the keys and the phone, but no tears when she's told that Fallon is dead.
Possibility this child was injured at your home.
And you didn't find anything, did you?
I don't know. I'm not there. But you have to look at it. Well, if you were in my
I'm
shoes,
being bullied you right now. You really just flipped the table.
if you
This is
were,
all you
Oh,
if you were in my
more
shoes,
biking?
what would you think?
Is this outside, or are you using a stationary bike? I'm playing Pokemon. I'm doing crime coverage. I watch a lot of people stream. Oh, okay. As you know, I stream. I watch a lot of content creators that also play Pokemon because networking, signal boosting, all that good stuff. Also, I genuinely enjoy watching the content, especially if they're doing a game I'm not familiar with or like a harder ROM hack. I watched people play Rad Red for like 2 months before I even bothered playing it. Okay, yeah, I mean, you probably have several months of fall before it starts snowing. So, Lord willing, you're gonna get good value out of the trails. I don't go out of my way to do cardio, but I'm constantly running up and down my stairs because, you know, gotta go to the bathroom, gotta grab water, etc. And I exercise 4 days a week, so I feel like my cardio is definitely not bad. I feel like it would be very difficult to make it through trails in a mountain bike unless you have like winter tires with chains and every single trail is like plowed immaculately, you know? When I think trail, I think off-road mountain biking with like basically just cliffs and shit. So I think we have a different notion of what a trail is. All right. Right now I'm trying to get, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Right now I'm specifically looking for a Prankster Murkrow because Prankster's the hidden ability and you can't get hidden ability things until much later in the game. So having Prankster means if this mon learns Taunt natively, I'll be able to use Taunt to prevent like entry hazards and self-buffing shenanigans. It is annoying though, because when I go to evolve it to Honchkrow, it doesn't get to keep the, what's it called? Prankster. So it's gonna be relatively weak with Prankster. So I'll use Eviolite, which buffs the defense of a mon that isn't fully evolved. Alright.
Where's Jeff?
He's over there.
Jeff's her partner.
He's in the other room.
So what are you saying?
I'm trying to figure out who let this child.
True.
Let's hurt this child. Maybe you
How
should
does this child get injured then?
Yep. You said it was only you.
No, I should
She
say
was with you.
you just
There it is.
videos of her running around and fine. What else?
And I get that the video showed a whole other part of the house.
Why else? Okay, if she's so injured, why would she be running around like that? Have you ever thought about that?
Because she was running around before you injured her.
Laying down?
It's so good.
If she was hurt, wouldn't she be laying down?
What could have happened when you took her off screen?
I also started playing Elden Ring, but instead of fighting bosses, I'm running around collecting berries and stabbing guards because I think it's funny. I have to work up to fighting bosses because I understand that every boss fight is basically fail at it for hours until you figure it out, you know?
So I took her on screen.
Yes.
When beat her.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
let her inside.
She might not make it to the night.
Yep.
And then
Yep,
right back
you
out
did
and
it.
beat her,
Yes. I think all those things.
and everybody else was just running around fine. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Crazy things have happened.
Sure have.
I know what is going going on in this child's body right now. And it doesn't just happen out of
That's a valid point. It doesn't just happen. Not those injuries.
So you're saying that she got to your house, she was fine this morning?
Mm-hmm.
It was 6 o'clock in the morning.
Everyone's fine, yeah.
This is exactly what happened. We don't sleep because we have a newborn.
Okay.
He leaves at 6 o'clock, it's 5:30 in the morning. He's gone. I lay and go to Harper half the time.
Yep, literally only her.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I try and catch more sleep.
All
than
right.
I can with Holden. So I was sleeping in with Holden.
Normal flying isn't very good. There's some decent ones, but most of these are just crap, sadly. Which is a shame, because I do like birds.
But she is making statements like, oh, dog did this all throughout the day.
What's the dog doing?
Harper was in there for so
Okay.
long with her. That's what you don't
Nothing.
understand.
Alright, that's fine.
They were playing all day in there. I even know a text message that said they were playing all day. Now we're about to go to the park.
Hmm.
I said, in her way, they were playing all day. Did I not?
Maybe.
Why would I say that? What?
What?
Don't do this to me. Don't ruin my life.
I'm not ruining your life.
It's only about her.
You're on the cusp. I
I'm trying to
am a mother.
I understand that.
No.
I'm trying to figure out what happened with this baby.
I did not do anything to that little girl.
More distancing language?
I'm not gonna use this
I'm in the midst of getting my entire record cleared from 2000 back in.
And none of that matters. You're a murderer.
I have busted my ass in my to get to
You have busted your ass to be a murderer.
And I have talked to her mother, and I've been there for her, and I've done all of this, and you're gonna sit here and you're gonna tell me
That you're a murderer. Yes.
do you think I hurt this little girl?
I don't know what happened with this little girl. I just know she was with you, and now she's injured to the point where she might not make it.
Yeah. There's no way you can spin this. Alright, let's see. Swap out. Ah, it's fine though.
So we played it.
Yeah?
They were also in the room.
Yeah? Were they?
Do you understand that things happen to little girls that don't cry and don't talk, don't say anything?
Yeah, and not those injuries.
The massive amount of trauma that this child sustained internal.
What do you mean?
Fractured skull, internal bleeding, no brain activity. Those things just don't happen to a 2-year-old. So it's pretty rich. And Kirsty thought she was just gonna, you know, run her mouth and they'd be like, yeah, you're free to go. Don't worry about it. And remember, this is all legal, that they can lie to her like this.
No, you don't know me. I wasn't there. How would do you see bruises?
Yes, eventually.
I only saw that and that. Where did you see them? Where's the pictures? All over her head.
You want to see a picture of it?
Yes, their bodies are relatively soft. The things they're around are usually soft. The playground's gonna have soft mud. There's a reason why playpens and bounce houses are they don't want sharp corners and they don't want super hard material. So there's literally no world where any of this happened from an oopsie doopsies, poopsie whoopsies.
All over my head. No, I don't. This is gonna make me sad.
Are you sure? Because I can show you. You want to see?
Yeah, good.
Those were in the photo.
Ah, we love when they take pictures.
That is not blood. That's
Google searches also come out later to help prove that it was intentional.
Those are blood clots, and I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor either. I only play one on TV. She's so sassy. I love it for her. Ow.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. get it!
But what she didn't have in that picture is right there in the middle of her forehead.
Ah, you hate to see it.
That's a bruise.
What do you think?
That's a bruise.
Okay, so
Look at her nose. So let's look at that. Look at her nose.
Look at the top of her head!
All right.
There you go. Love to see it, truly.
That is your picture.
Alright, swap in.
From today. That's from today.
right, right.
How was it with bruises?
That's exactly my point.
Hmm.
That's exactly my point. The blood.
So there's no bruises.
So you tell me there's no bruise over there.
That one that we saw, yeah. But look in the middle of her forehead. Look at her nose.
Okay. So, in this case, they got a judge to sign a search warrant for her phone. Sometimes, say it's like the case of Steven Stearns where he oopsie doopsies accidentally factory reset his phone. They can go to the apps that he was using and they can, subpoena those guys, ask. There will often be times where it's like, we know that Snapchat was being used or we know that TikTok was being used. And because these companies don't exactly want to run afoul of the federal government, they're like, you know what? We don't want to be fined. So, yeah, go ahead. But there's also been cases where the suspect has an Apple phone and the cops go to Apple and be like, yo, unlock this phone for us. And Apple's like, yeah, we're not doing that. And then I think, well, it's gone to court. And basically the court in that particular case ruled that you cannot compel Apple to basically break open someone's phone to help the police in an investigation. So they got the warrant for her phone, and because she wasn't able to delete the Google history, not that it matters, because even if she did delete everything, law enforcement, digital forensics have come really far, that even if you delete something, you can still get stuff back. There's metadata, there's all sorts of stuff. Phone companies, tech companies, they make money off selling your info. So they're gonna make it easy for that info to be retained. Even if you literally blow up your phone in a video game, they're still gonna be able to pull bits and pieces off of it from somehow, whether it be going to the cloud server or whatever. I mean, I'm sure there's someone who would be able to do something with it. But yes, the average person isn't exactly going to be able to be like, wow, there's a phone here that I can't access. I guess I'm just going to hackermans.exe. Yeah, and I mean, they don't want bad actors getting into it. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right?
There's nothing there.
Yes, there's a hearing there.
There's nothing there.
She also has security footage in her house. They very likely end up getting a warrant / subpoena for that as well, and then they end up looking at it, and it's relatively damning. And that's why she's been so cagey with the Wise being the app. Oh, see, you can see it right here. I'm not gonna let you just look at it freely. You might see something that's incriminating.
There's nothing there. I'm not making this up.
She fell off a slide at the playground after that, too.
Yes, and falling off a sled is not gonna cause any of those injuries. Okay. That is useful information, Yumi. I would have personally thought that you would need more credentials to more or less authorize the factory reset. B-side, thank you for the raid. Raiders Party of 3, hope you're doing well. Lobtobe, hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. we are doing crime coverage and Radical Red mono flying. Thank you for stopping on by. Beside, I hope you had a good stream. What were you playing? How is it going? Long and short of what we're currently going over, we just beat Dig House Grunt, so we're gonna make our way to Vermilion, and the person being interrogated is responsible for the brutal death of a 2-year-old. Oh, no game? So, what was Beside up to? And she was the only one with the child. She does end up being convicted. Life, no parole. We love that. You can't be letting child abusers and murderers get away with it. And only in like probably the past 10 minutes of the interrogation has the person being interrogated, i.e. Christy, realized that they think she did it and that her story isn't vibing, you know? Really, really heinous injuries. Oh, were you? What were they covering? I am currently covering this. I've also been covering Lawyer You Know. I've been covering Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle broke down the Tyreek Hill stuff. Lawyer You Know was covering Sarah Boone. She has her most recent lawyer with 2 lawyers. Her trial's gonna be happening October 7th, most likely. Let's see. Okay, that is really cool. Do you have any background in criminal investigation? I have a degree in legal studies, and I have a degree in criminal justice. Okay, gotcha. In the past, I've covered wrongful convictions. I've covered false confessions, interrogations, etc. Victoria Martin's on dreading is a really good example of that. Or I think it's like the Mississippi something. The long and short of it, it was three young men at the height of satanic panic in America. Beside, thank you for the follow. They more or less got framed for it, and they eventually were let out after like 30-something years. But the agreement was basically, we recognize that you may not have did it, but by signing this thing, you're agreeing to not basically be able to sue us for our oopsie doopsies. Because no public official, no politician, no law enforcement wants to be like, hey, we ruined the lives of 3 kids for over 30 years. And we just did it because we wanted a quick arrest and because someone was up for re-election. Whether you did it or not, always ask for a lawyer and stop talking, especially if you're innocent. Because if the cops think you did it, they'll make the evidence fit, or they'll gaslight you into thinking you did it. Thankfully, we know this person was convicted and there was no evidence to the contrary that it was anyone else. The victim was dropped off at 6:30 in the morning. The victim was basically with this person all day, and there's video footage that up until 8 p.m., child was running around and everything was fine. Then all of a sudden, the child was dead. So, yeah. I am currently doing all the monotypes in Rad Red. Rad Red is a difficulty hack of Fire Red, but it offers a lot of quality of life, like move relearning, easy EVs, easy IVs, Dex Nav, care packages, aka like rare candies, a bunch of extra items and stuff. It's a really great game, and it's currently 4.1, which came out probably like maybe 4 or 5 months ago. The AI is really good. There's like a Google Docs that have all the encounters listed, locations, so it's really easy to play through. But you basically have to go into every fight being willing to change your team at a fly, because every team is difficult. I'll be fighting Misty shortly, and you'll see what I mean. All right.
But how did she land?
On her back.
So how would that put brute force
Great question.
She was doing? Let me go ahead and show you what else she was doing. Since you think this is like some.
Also, they gave you something called a Poke Vial, basically an Estus Flask from Dark Souls. It has 6 charges and it restores when you go to a Poke Center. Yumi, thank you for chatting. Thank you for coming out of your lurk to welcome the raiders. Enjoy going back to lurking, and I hope you feel better soon. Once again, besides, thank you for the raid, and I will make a point to look into your channel again and see what you're all about. I like crime content. I watch a lot of crime content creators. That chapter, Stranger Stories, Dreading is one of my favorite, I think, of all the the JCS copycats. He's one of the best ones. This one is Law and Crime. They're signal boosting the disturbing truth. I really like Lawyer You Know, Legal Eagle, Criminal Lawyer Reacts Bruce Rivers. Having someone who's a practicing lawyer or has practiced law for a long time, it can give a unique perspective rather than being a talking head with a degree at best, you know?
I don't know what you're trying to do to me, but this is like literally.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of what happened with this child.
Well, those things, those right there, they bounce. There's a metal bar right there too. You ever thought about that?
Okay, did you see that happen?
Do you know that accidents happen all the
I
time?
do, because I have 4 kids.
Exactly my point. It cut me some
And I
slack.
know that this injury, that doesn't happen, just appear out of nowhere.
Exactly why my 2 kids are 100%.
Some of the injuries, and I'll keep it sparse. 0 brain activity, skull fracture, stomach full of blood. Those aren't from accidents. Accidents just don't happen. There is nothing to prove it was anyone but this person who hurt this child and ultimately murdered said child. Also, Lobetobe, I think I did see something where you were talking about someone who got released after decades in prison. I guess even if he wasn't overly remorseful, either there was a upper limit on how long they could be held, or the parole board decided to let him out. All right, so let's see. Flying here, we're gonna grab Togepi, and realistically, that's the only one I can grab.
Healthy. Have you ever thought about that? You ever thought about that?
Yeah, I thought about it.
Okay, then think about it a little bit harder.
But maybe you need to think about you're the only person with her, and she's injured like this.
Yep.
I did not hurt that little girl.
Is that being talked to? Yeah.
That little girl is distancing language instead of I murdered Fallon, or I murdered a child that I think is literally my own, because she was talking about that earlier. I didn't hurt that child. And of course, there's almost always 2 cops in the interrogation room. Things were getting really heated. So now second cop is gonna de-escalate while they take their time getting a warrant to seize her cell phone.
I was just getting a couple things done.
I need to go get my children.
Okay, just give it a second. We're actually getting one other thing. We're running something through. And
The warrant. And cops are allowed to lie, so they don't have to tell you the truth ever.
He's being ridiculous.
As Kirsty's temper rises, the detectives swap for questioning. This is likely so that the detective who was confrontational with Kirsty can leave the room and allow the other detective to de-escalate
Absolutely.
the conversation
It's what you do.
before Kirsty asks for a lawyer officially.
Keep
The
her
detective
talking.
does this successfully by assuring Kirsty that they want to get things wrapped up shortly before.
I actually, a while ago, I covered the case of Jalen Fleer. He was a former sheriff in LA, and he got to a point where the first investigator, he was like, I don't want to talk to you, I want to talk to a lawyer. It was in regards abusing minors. Thankfully, he was found guilty and he's in prison. People in prison, they hate cops and child predators, and he's both. But the second investigator, who was silent up until that point, was able to get him to renege on wanting a lawyer. So, good cop, bad cop, it works.
Leaving the room, the second detective wants Kirsten to give him her theory on what happened to Fallon.
What's your theory? That's what I'm asking you. What makes, how did this child sustain these injuries?
The only thing I could think of, like I told him, is falling.
At the playground.
Yes.
Not at the playground. Other than literally walking on the cement, holding Harper's hand while I'm carrying a car seat, walking up to my car, and like tripping because this baby doesn't cry. Like I told him 1,000 times. She doesn't cry, she just gets back up. Okay? So Harper, pulling her, because Harper's 4, doesn't realize it, pulling her, she could fall.
Where's this at?
No, Morgan Falls.
Sadly, Archon is the only flying fossil I have access to. I do get Aerodactyl later, but Archon has Defeatist, which cuts its stats in half when it's below 50%. It's basically schooling, but at 50 instead of 25. So we'll wait to get Aerodactyl. Now, if this were randomized, it wouldn't have Defeatist.
The sidewalk walking all, and I parked way over the side.
So this is going on the sidewalk.
Yes.
I got you. So she's fallen down onto the concrete there, and your 4-year-old doesn't know any better. She's just kind of
Picking it back up and keeping it moving. That's what I'm
falling
saying.
down. Does this happen over and over, I guess?
Fallon falls all the time.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you. I wasn't there.
Her mom, ask her mom. That kid falls.
That's what I guess what I'm asking you. So during that time, she kept falling down, kept falling down.
It wasn't like she just repeatedly kept falling down.
Okay. Anything significant? Did she fall off a curb and hit her head? I mean, or anything like that that you know?
Well, you fall on cement, and then that could be.
Well, even kids have the innate ability to like kind of
They do.
What I'm saying is that's why I'm asking. It doesn't matter. So,
If you slip
Alright, let's see.
on vinyl, there's concrete underneath there.
Sure, I believe it.
So there's also.
Harper's,
I don't really need such a lift, but maybe it'll be useful later, you know?
very good. Okay. So
I'm talking about all the possibilities because you're asking me for all of them.
Flamingos, I like it. Fighting, flying is relatively rare of a typing, so more of it is always useful, you know?
In the side, okay, anywhere we go.
Alright, let's see.
Mom wants to hold her hand.
We're gonna grab Ducklet.
Now she wants to hold her hand. They always hold hands. So she,
I'm gonna name her, Bill. Put it on my bill. There we go.
A lot of times. Please.
Okay.
My daughter busted both of her knees.
Okay.
When you were watching the kid, was there anything, ooh, you know, I mean, like, look,
No.
I'm a substandard dad, but, like, I'm scared enough of damn kids that I would watch them. I wouldn't have, like, alone time or anything. Meaning, I would never shut my door because I'm afraid of what they do.
And she already admitted to shutting her door for at least an hour.
Play around.
So she doesn't know what happened to him in that time period.
Corner, I know, I'm like, oh, God, you know, and
Alright.
I get bruised up and I get that, but I'm saying,
I can admit to maybe not being the best.
I'm not saying
Because
I won't admit to being a murderer, but I'll admit to being a bad parent. And that's common. The admitting to something lesser to think that it'll make you more credible in the eyes of the cops. Like, oh yeah, I smoke a little. But that, no, I don't do that.
my son and me closing the door isn't happening, but if she fell, then how am I supposed to
Alright, good. We have Gligar. So ground flying is 4 times weak to ice, but at least Gligar is immune to electric. So that's absolutely coming in on Surge.
Like, this is the thing. The baby doesn't cry. She don't cry. She's one of those kids that's just real quiet, which is another alarming sign.
And this whole time, she's been trying to paint the bio mom and stepdad in a bad light. AKA, oh, this kid acts a certain way. This kid is really thin. This kid's really quiet. Intimating that it's because the child's abused at home. And I'm the good one. You need to be investigating them. But yeah, it's definitely not gonna fly. Deflection, shifting blame. You see it all the time.
Very, very quiet, doesn't cry, doesn't say much. You know, just always smiling, always happy, the sweetest little thing ever. And, you know, so like, if like, let's say she did fall, she wouldn't say anything. That's what I'm saying. Half the time she didn't say anything.
Okay.
She gets in trouble, I don't know if maybe say anything she did. I don't know. But she didn't say anything. She literally, my daughter is so dramatic. The whole world will hear about it. This kid will fall and get up and keep it moving. This kid will get knocked over by my 60-pound pig and get up and keep it moving. You know, Harper gets knocked over by my pig and it's a whole ordeal.
Oh yeah, I gotta get the bike voucher. Then we're gonna fight Misty. All right.
Exactly the injuries and the regular cost office. So, I mean, you do understand that, right? We didn't just kind of wake up today looking to pick on you. We're trying to figure out how to. If you really can't speak for herself.
Absolutely.
By default, because that's what you do. You care for her throughout the day. That's why we're asking you this. It's not to anger you or to push you in the corner.
They told me I'm not like when you told me that I might not get my keys back and I might not be able to get my kid, like you're basically telling me.
Well, right now we're looking. Yeah, we're having to investigate this case. We can't just. There's things we have to do before we.
I have neighbors watching my children. You guys just did a search warrant on my house.
Yup, sure did.
You did, and you didn't find anything to do anything.
Let's see.
For a second, I'm telling you, we have to explore all avenues. We're not gonna lie to you.
What are you waiting on?
I'm gonna check here in just a second, and then I'll see if what the plan.
Once again, cops are allowed to lie, so they will absolutely lie to you.
I'm so confused. What do you mean you didn't check?
Well, you check with the lead investigator, because I'm not the lead investigator, so I can't tell you exactly what's going on with this.
All right. Gonna ditch. Gonna ditch. Gonna keep these 3 so far. We're gonna keep Hop It because grass is gonna be useful.
Once Kirsty is alone, she calls her mother on the phone.
I'm gonna grab Murkrow because if it learns Taunt by now, I can stop the stall from Klotzer. These are possibly the only genuine emotions that Kirsty has shown, and it's been, oh no, my actions have consequences. Mommy, help me. Which is ironic considering what she did to Fallon. And Fallon was probably crying for her mommy too. And her mom wasn't there. Because because Kirsty's a monster.
Yes.
All right. I need to see if it even learns the move I need. Okay, let's see. She does not. Feels bad. Okay. All right, so instead...
They don't know. She's in critical condition. The other cop told me she was dead.
All right, let's see.
While making another phone call, the detectives return to issue Kirsty a search warrant for her phone. She's also about to find out something that changes everything.
It's gonna get good. In the worst way. Let's see. Not bad. 520 versus... Let's see.
What was this?
This is a search warrant.
For what?
We're gonna see your phone.
What?
Yep.
You can't. What?
Yeah.
It's about
Yeah, they can. It's signed.
Somebody take your phone.
Yoink! My phone now.
So how
Here's
does
the
They're finally laying it down. I love it.
And Fallon is good.
You hate that.
No,
No cap. Straight bussin'. She dead. They did. She did it. Wow. Yeah. Alright.
Her injuries were that bad that they couldn't save her.
Did you guys hear that? So they're seasoning my phone.
Let's see what else Flamingo can learn.
So,
Probably Thunder Punch.
how long we gonna have my phone for?
We'll grab Pluck for now. Because berries.
24 hours.
We'll go with that. That'll help for ones that are technically faster. Oh no, no Thunder Punch. Damn.
You don't come back and get it done.
I know. Alright, well, let me go ahead and,
Alright, we'll grab Bullet Seed. Bullet Seed's gonna be really useful for this gym.
Okay. Alright, bye.
I'm gonna grab Icy Wind for now. I can always relearn Agility. Gonna put Roost on Munin. Oh, you have Taunt, okay. Problem is,
Before you go,
Corvus Squire is not fast. Okay.
we're going to give you these things back, but we're not going to allow anything to be manipulated right
It's
now.
not gonna be manipulated.
We're going to manipulate you right now, okay?
I have a psychologist appointment tomorrow. Do you not understand that? But you understand that? No, you don't.
You do this.
No, you don't. Right now. I mean, he's investigating. You just took it out of my phone.
So, here's the thing, Taro. Corva Knight is flying steel. It's heavy. So, it's not gonna be slow, mind you, but let's take a look at its stats in the dex. Yeah. So, I'm gonna zoom in. I'm gonna enhance. So yeah, it is 67 base speed with a 495 base stat total. It's really tanky. It hits pretty hard, and it has good HP. But it is by no stretch of the imagination a fast bird. Is that better? Yeah, enhance. I'm activating enhanced imaging. So yeah, Corva Knight's great. Ground dunks on steel. The flying makes it immune. Steel is immune to poison. Give it safety goggles and she'll basically dunk on Erica's Venusaur. So yeah. But no, when it comes to fast birds, you basically have you have Ninjask, you have Aerodactyl, you have Crobat, and you have Swallow. Dun 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 dun. 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 But yeah, so we will absolutely be using Mega Aerodactyl when we get there. If I didn't have Talonflame, I would absolutely use Ninjask. Alright. There you go. So ideally, Jumpluff is gonna deal with Jumpluff is going to deal with Greninja or Frogadier, and I hope I'm faster. I might not be. Rotom is going to be useful for useful because electric. Masquerain has Signal Beam, which is good against Psychic, but I'm going to probably have to hold a Ice Berry. Flamigo is going to be good against Clodsir, and that basically leaves one slot open. Alright. It's been a minute, so I'm also gonna save. I don't want to lose any progress, you know? All right.
Oh, aren't you lovely?
So, okay, we'll be right back with you, okay? So,
I love this. It finally got real for her.
What do you mean? No, I'm ready to go. You just took everything from me.
yeah, come here and sit, we'll talk.
You just took everything from me. You're trying to ruin my entire life.
No, absolutely, we're just trying to figure out what we like. Come on, get ready,
What do you mean a mono fat and skinny? There are heavier / bulkier mons, but I wouldn't do like a thick boys. I mean, that is certainly something that one could do. I see people do themed runs often, but I would rather go through all the monotypes before I do, oh, I want to use mons that were born on Venus in retrograde, or I want to use mons that had Lil Yachty drop an album, you know? I think Butterfree for our last one, because Butterfree's fast, and Sleep Powder won't miss thanks to Compound Eye.
No, literally, you're trying to ruin my life, okay? No, you don't even take me.
Yeah, you may explain
Like, I'm
this.
not a human. This is why they talk about y'all the way they talk about y'all.
We understand.
Because y'all don't treat us with respect. You don't
Okay,
even
that's-
have...
Literally murders her best friend's child. Y'all don't respect me. That's why everyone hates you. Like Lamau, you know? Oh no. Okay. I don't know what Legaia is. Summons are a good bit of fun, though. In games that have summons, I often like to use them. Obviously, bosses and mobs can have modifiers that, like, ignore your summons, which definitely makes it hard. And sometimes your summons don't always keep aggro. Like, going Summoner in Last Epoch for a League start's pretty safe. It's low budget, etc. Yes, but not the old Final Fantasies.
Truth or facts or anything, you're treating me like that. How dare you? So disrespectful. Seriously, so disrespectful.
Now let's
Okay.
Okay, let me grab something.
Kirsty has just been informed that the child she was looking after, who suffered horrific injuries while in her care, has passed away. This is a child she claims to love as one of her own.
Yep, she
When
said that.
She receives the news, her main concern is that her phone is being seized. She shows no immediate humanity for the fact that Fallon has died. Kirsty says she wants to write a few things down from her phone, but detectives are concerned that she may attempt to destroy evidence. And now that the warrant has been signed by a judge and served, they can confiscate her device at any time without her consent.
I know of Dragon Quest. I think the last game I probably played like that was like one of the Trails of Cold Steel, but it feels like homework and it's exhausting because you have to look at this several 100-page guide on like game FAQs to make sure you do everything perfectly in the first playthrough so you can get the true ending, and it burns me out. So I haven't played a Tales of or a Trails game in a minute.
After Kirsty's phone was taken, she sent the following message to Chris.
I don't have a phone. They took it, but I
No,
love Valerie
no,
so much.
no way.
I really hope you know
That's
I will never
horrible.
hurt her.
I
She's
would
been
never
with me
do
for
that.
forever, and has always been so happy, and we both know that. She's the sweetest little angel and never even cried.
If I'm gonna take the time to play a game, I want to do it well and I want to do it right. So I'm glad that works for you, Taro, but it does not for me.
I love you, and I'm praying you find it in your heart
Alright.
to forgive me. And She was like a second
I
dad
would
to me.
never.
Please
I'm
message me
the
in meantime
victim.
Deactivating my Facebook. I love you.
Kirsty's first interview concluded shortly after this, and she was released pending further investigation.
She sure
into the death
was.
of Fallon Fridley. While Kirsty was being questioned, her boyfriend Jeffrey Myers was also questioned by the same detectives in another room. According to Kirsty, he and Fallon's stepfather Cameron worked together at a landscaping company on different crews where Jeff claims Cameron got him a job. Jeff also claims that he and Kirsty have been together since around 2014 and living together since 2017. Jeff admits to being in and out of jail due to addiction,
no.
but says that since the birth of his and Kirsty's
There we go.
8-year-old son, he's been trying to do right by his family. In Jeff's interview, he claims he left work at around 5:30 a.m. on December 9th, and that when he got home from work at around 5 p.m., no one else was in the house. He then proceeded to take a shower like he normally would, and when he got out, Kirsty and the kids had arrived home, he suspects, somewhere in the realm of 6 or 6:30. Jeff is questioned about Fallon's demeanor at this time.
Let me see her until I got out of the shower.
Since I want to finish this video today, we're gonna skip Jeff's interrogation. Jeff's whole bit is basically, oh yeah, I left when I had to because work. She was with her all day. I let her discipline the children. It's not my place to discipline them. She would never do that. She's not violent, despite, you know, having a violent past, despite domestic violence being on her record. She's a victim. She wouldn't do anything, you know? So they're very much thick as thieves. She comes back in the next day, and a plainclothes officer talks to her while basically they get ready to arrest her. In Kirsty's mind, she's coming back in the next day to collect her phone, because it's easier to effect an arrest at a police station rather than going to her house where she already knows it's going to happen, you know?
For further questioning about what occurred 2 days prior on December 9th. Kirsty is under the impression that she's just there to pick up the phone detective seized the day before. During Kirsty's second interview, she is re-questioned by a female employee of the department in a non-threatening manner. Kirsty claims that she helped Fallon's mother get back on her feet when she was dealing with addiction at the request of Kirsty's own brother. Kirsty says she's the one who talked to
The lead is scary because Frogadier, thanks to Eviolite, is relatively tanky. And he also has Protean, which means he'll always have stab. So he's going to be difficult. I'm going to pull up that fight so you can see what I'm talking about. Just to give you an idea, for anyone who's not familiar with Rad Red, why it's so difficult. Not just the AI, but the team comps. Okay, so also for anyone who's still here from the raid, I stream every Monday to Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Eastern, crime coverage, Pokemon, and Pallas Cats. So yeah, right off the jump, Frogadier is going to be really fast, has really good coverage. Floatzel is also relatively fast. Technician and Mystic Water, so pretty much every single move it has is going to get a massive bonus. Starmie, also quite fast. In the rare case it does get outsped, it does more damage with Analytic. And then Clodser's a very silly man, but I love Clodser because he's funny. He's got such a goofy grin. He's got Water Absorb, he's got a Iapa Berry, which boosts his health. And then he's also got really good coverage. I probably can outspeed everyone but Floatzel and Starmie. Starmie's definitely going to be an issue. If I high roll Bullet Seed and get to go first, I can probably kill Frogadier. It will want to go Ice Punch because that's a 4 times weakness to Grass Flying.
Preston into going into detox before Fallon was born. She also claims that Chris has been clean ever since. Kirsty then makes further unsubstantiated claims about Fallon's stepfather Cameron, while also claiming to look after Fallon primarily out of love. She also said she deactivated her Facebook due to the hate she's been receiving online in regards to the death of Fallon. I'm summarizing here because Kirsty rambles quite a lot. Next, Kirsty is asked about whether or not Fallon was a picky eater, which leads back into the topic of the CPR that was administered to the child.
Was she pretty picky eater?
Let's see.
Clearly only ate candy and just So at my house we eat real food.
Yeah.
You know? We try and incorporate all
We eat real food, by the way. Earlier in the prior interrogation, I gave her a cereal bar, graham crackers, and goldfish. Real food, by the way.
all the, you know, the grain, the veggie,
So lame.
all that. We try to do all of it.
I'll need the hidden ability for that.
Apparently, the scientist said she had like a carrot lodged down her throat, throwing it in
No.
her esophagus or something.
No. Yes.
I don't know, it's 'cause she just really didn't want to eat it. I don't know. But the fact that like all of that accumulated, that's impossible.
All right, let's see how we do.
I'm sorry, but it is.
Ah! It looks like he's got heels on.
You know, he said that she has like a brain something laceration.
We skip all these fights because we don't have to take them.
Also,
Save.
people, this is too.
All right, let's go.
Recording line. I am not CPR certified, but they made me give her CPR for about 8 minutes straight. Like this.
Please high roll
She's flat.
and be fast enough.
She's 2.
Yeah.
You don't do that with a 2-year-old, and I didn't think about that.
Ah, you hate it.
Over and just did it around, like, there's a reason for it. It's little right there.
I think Kirsty's wrong about this. I'm no medical expert.
Yeah, it's a reset. Only doing the 2 roll and then getting the speed drop means I'm no longer faster and it ruins everything. So we have to high roll on the bullet seed. And because we don't have access to loaded dice, bullet seed is always going to be 2 to 5 instead of almost always being 4. And that's fine.
But she seems to be describing what's known as back blows that you might give a choking infant. But Fallon was an infant. Also Fallon.
There we go, we're fine. Okay. So, Clodser, we want to swap out because Rock is going to kill me.
When a child is not visibly breathing and responsive. My understanding is that this is the technique used when the assumption is that the problem persists in the child's lungs or airways.
We're going to pluck the berry at the very least.
Kirsty Flood critiquing the 911 dispatcher
Oh,
to save a life
lame.
is rich at best.
For there was internal, whatever. You know what I mean? And my mom brought that up. My mom was like,
And I'm going to taunt him so he can't do recover spam. Okay.
Behind the back like this. That's how you get it out of them. You don't do it like that. So whoever that professional was on the phone needs to know that.
Okay. Starmie, we're going to go in on Masquerain.
That's the only thing I could think of. Like they said something about.
We're going to signal beam because that will kill.
The thing is they said go between the nipples, right? So.
It doesn't. You hate to see it.
It's just kind of like.
We got it. Very good. Swap out. Icy Wind will probably kill me. We're going to go in on Rotom. We're going to Thunderwave. We're going to Shockwave. Ah, the Clodser.
They wanted me to like clap it, and I'm like,
Clap it.
I mean, I didn't stop.
All right.
I wasn't gonna stop. I was gonna do what I had to do. But I'm like,
Ah, he woke up.
and then when I would blow,
You hate to see it.
I would hear this noise enter.
Yeah, that's an issue. I don't have much for Clodser.
Like this, like I don't know what it was, fluid, if what it was. And then she'd go, I mean, it's traumatizing.
I was just gonna say that's really traumatic.
It's gonna just recover spam until it dies, which is super annoying. Oh, I could have just done that from the get-go. I totally forgot. That's my fault. This might be a reset. It has water absorbed, so I can't use Scald. Yeah, not good.
Please, if there's a heartbeat, there's a chance. Please.
All right, so we're fucked. But yeah, next time I'll just go in and I'll side beam. I knew it was gonna be an issue, but it's ultimately fine. All right. That was definitely better though, which this is the first time I've struggled with Misty within a while. All right. Leech seed. Sleep powder. Okay. Going to Masquerain. Signal beam. I think she is faster, sadly. Okay. Ugh. Disgusting. Very nice. Gotta swap out again. Oh, wait. Oh, I already put it to sleep. Damn it. I messed up. We're gonna roost. Ah, or no.
Kirsty tries to convince
Okay.
the woman she has the patience of a saint and plenty of support around her.
Nice.
She also claims that she reports suspected child abuse to authorities frequently.
What a saint, you know? There you go. Clots are down. This is gonna be an issue. Well, we almost got there. This is so annoying. We're gonna get there though. Alright. I narc on people. Meanwhile, I murder my best friend's child. Ah, you hate to see it. Okay. Oh, like you do?
It's not parenting. It's abuse. It's neglect.
Ah.
Things like that, like the neighbor upstairs, like same thing.
There you go. Ah, because of the psychic. Right. Sleep powder. Yeah, where are you going? That's what I want to know. Ah, the confusion. You hate to see it, truly. Okay.
Rehashes the events that led up to the moment that her and Jeff went out to
I'm
see
just
the
not
cigarette.
fast enough, you know?
They left the child unattended for 10 to 15
Yeah,
minutes.
this is
When
a
they
speed
returned,
issue.
Fallon was completely
I'm gonna have to get rid of Corviknight, I think. Alright, let's see. What can we do instead? Alright. Careful, don't want to fight them if I don't need to. We're also gonna ditch we're gonna keep Flamigo, and we're gonna do a Psychic Berry on it. Alright. Alright, Payappa. There you go.
According to Kirsty's previous interview, this is not when she called
Alright.
emergency services. Kirsty is still leaving out the fact that she put Fallon in a cold bath. As she goes on rambling, her story is inconsistent and all over the place. Kirsty eventually tells the interviewer that she likes her energy and believes the detective who originally interviewed her
Great
didn't give her a fair
energy.
chance. She's worried about her record before continuing to
Okay,
paint
let's
Fallon's
see.
family in a negative light.
Gyarados might be strong enough for this. Let's see.
So you can't just. I know it's a state where it's like innocent, proven until proven, whatever. Yeah, but you know that's just bull because
It is bull, yeah.
And I do, which I will, get proven innocent. If it goes down that route, it's still gonna be on my record.
Oh no! My actions have consequences.
Really think about everything he's gonna be doing. And
Alright,
really
save.
listen to the father and stuff.
Yeah, and
The mother, you know, the mother's a drunk.
And the disturbing truth went over the allegations against the stepdad. There was no substance to it. And even if there was substance to it, it doesn't change the fact that Kirsty was the only one with Fallon the whole day. So it literally couldn't be anyone else, even if she wanted it to.
And the dad's on methadone. And as a child, well, they
Come on. High roll.
The difference is
Beautiful.
huge.
You love to see it.
You look at my arm, you look at that arm, you look at about trying to be
We get some recovery out of it, which is always nice. Sleep powder.
Kirsty's left inside the room again for a while before a new,
Damn it.
official-looking detective appears alongside the female couple.
Hey, Dr. Justice. I hope you're doing well. I hope the, was it a slip disc? I hope it hasn't gotten worse, and I hope you're not in too much pain. We're wrapping up the interrogation of a woman who murdered her allegedly best friend's child. She was already convicted, so I don't have to say allegedly for that. And this is her coming in on the next day to quote unquote get her phone back. She has no idea she's about to be arrested, and it's great. I hope you're doing well, Dr. Justice. We're struggling at Misty because it's mono flying, and I don't exactly have a lot for that aside from Jump Bluff. And pretty much all her mons outspeed me, with the exception of Klotzer. But we're gonna get there.
Bob, whom she met last time she was interviewed. Kirsty is about to repeatedly inform the detective that she has a lawyer. And this is where things really take a turn for her as she discovers she's not there to retrieve her phone.
Cops are allowed to lie. I'm sorry to hear you're still in pain. I understand how it's like to have to deal with the back issues. I'm glad you have the option for physio. Lord Willing said physio helps you. Yeah, Blaine's a toughie. He's no joke, especially in Rad Red. Usually I have to lead with someone who has access to Sucker Punch, Fake Out, and or Focus Sash. He wasn't that bad on Mono Ghost because I had multiple Mon with Flashfire, but I'm definitely not looking forward to when I have to do Mono Water due to all the grass coverage.
I want some.
Oh yeah. Yep. You sure are.
So it's kind of hard to find it. When you have a proper receipt, they can pull it that quick. So it's going to take a couple minutes, okay?
Oh, you love a flinch.
I understand. I really do. And I'll make this as fast as I can, okay?
Nice. We got there. Hell yeah.
All right, listen, just give away.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
So you're not going to talk to me?
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends what we're gonna talk about. I just spent a lot of money on a lawyer for a reason.
Okay, so you have a lawyer.
The lady made me feel like I was somebody I'm not, and I'm not gonna be made to feel that way ever again. So my lawyer, that's why I got a lawyer, the way he treated me last time.
All right. Well, you're free to go.
Okay, I'll give you this one.
That's okay. Then I can't talk to you. Okay, all right. I mean, that's...
It was all the live footage and everything too.
No, I saw the live footage, but no, if you have a lawyer...
You saw it was great, right?
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I can't talk to you anymore now since you got a lawyer.
I'm just saying, sir, please, take into consideration how
She acted like she loved Fallon. She treated Fallon like her own daughter. She loves this child. Meanwhile, dead baby Fallon has 0 brain activity, a fractured skull, a stomach full of blood, and multiple damaged organs. So I would say the fact that Kirsty gets life in prison without parole, they very much took into consideration how much Kirsty, quote unquote, loves Fallon. And it was first-degree murder. Google searches came out later, 2 of them being what does it mean, or what is the person called who has the sudden urge to beat someone's child who isn't theirs? And what is it called when you have an urge to beat children? I mean, they're called monsters. But she made those Google searches prior to asking Biomom if Fallon, aka the dead child, could stay over. So this was premeditated.
How much I love this baby.
Yes.
From what I saw, I fully understand.
Yes, she beat the baby to death. She also committed aggravated sexual assault against her. Not only that, when they looked at nanny cam footage, it came out she was also abusing her own children. And this whole time, she's been trying to paint Biomom, stepdad, as part of the problem. Oh, they don't feed her right. Oh, they don't take care of her. Oh, she's really quiet. Oh, they're abusing her. Yes, absolutely. Everything has been, I wouldn't do that. I take care of her all the time. I love her like my own. I wouldn't do that. And then you'll see if you go back into VOD when she's informed that Fallon's dead, she's like, wow. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. But as soon as she gets the hint that there's gonna be actions to her consequences and her phone's being taken, she like calls her mom and is like, Mom, they're trying to ruin my life. I didn't do anything. So literally her only tears have been for herself. And she's right where she belongs, in prison, forever. And now her children won't be abused to death. She literally had no idea. I love it.
No, you're not about to jam me up right now without. No. I never gave you any information about my lawyer. So you can't detain me.
Yeah, we can. You're under arrest.
Yeah, we can.
For what? For what? For what?
When she made the initial call to 911 / the Biomom, oh my god, she fell and she's unresponsive. If you watch any videos that cover cases of child abuse and child death, it's almost always, oh, she fell down the stairs. Oh, she ran into the wall. And that action does not explain any of the injuries. They're fucking stupid.
Under arrest. For what? I need my phone with my lawyer. Right now.
Yeah, they don't have to until you go to jail. It's not entrapment. Nope.
That is entrapment because Officer Myers just said I would not be getting.
Cops are allowed to lie to you to get a confession. They can do whatever they want short of beating you. So, ACAB.
Locked up the minute I walk in here.
I mean, I'm not gonna cry any tears over a child killer going to prison, but yeah, they can do whatever they want, basically. It's a problem.
Get my phone. That's entrapment. I know my laws.
Well, you obviously don't.
That's entrapment.
It's not.
You literally just said you would not be locking me up. That's what you just said.
It's not.
And my children are at home.
They're not.
Yes, they are. Excuse me, you don't have to pull my leg like that. You need to chill.
Oh, nice bug buzz. Better than signal beam.
Where is Jeff?
Jeff's the boyfriend.
And in my car and everything else that I
He gets convicted of second-degree murder. He could have stopped it. He didn't. And he lied about it. Yeah.
Look, that's what you smell.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Okay.
When Kirsty's phone was searched by authorities, they found something chilling in her search history. At around 10 a.m. on December 9th of 2020, the day Fallon sustained her fatal injuries, Kirsty Flood had searched the following phrases. What type of people enjoy abusing other people's children? And what does it mean to have a sudden urge to beat a child that's not yours? This was just hours before Kirsty asked if Fallon could stay at her house. Evidence gathered from the camera feed in Kirsty's home also painted a better picture of how Fallon sustained her injuries. Kirsty degree, cruelty to children in the second degree, felony murder, murder in the second degree, tampering with evidence, and finally, shocking everyone, aggravated sexual battery. Yes, Fallon was alleged by grand jurors to have been violated by Kirsty Flood. That's how sick this monster was. This was how much of a liar she was in her interrogation. And on top of everything, she abused Fallon in front of her own 3-year-old daughter,
Yep.
Harper.
Terrible.
On the Justice for Fallon Facebook page, Kirsty Flood had also been abusing her own children too. She alleges that authorities went back through weeks of Kirsty's Nannycam footage and found other instances of abuse and neglect. She even claims that Kirsty's young son was left in a walker for as long as 8 hours at a time. Jeffrey Myers was also later arrested and indicted on the following charges: false statements, tampering with evidence, cruelty to children in the second degree, and murder in the second degree.
I think he gets 15 years.
Didn't stop it. Then, in a bombshell twist, Kirsty's mother, Karen Flood, was also indicted on the offense of influencing a witness, where it was alleged that she engaged 3-year-old Harper Flood.
So Harper is Kirsty's daughter and best friend to the 2-year-old deceased. The grandma, more or less, is trying to coerce Harper into lying about it. So this family's fucking rotten to the core. At least the mom and the grandma are.
And misleading conduct to prevent her from giving information to Sandy Springs PD in connection with the murder of Fallon Fridley. While Kirsty and Jeff pled not guilty initially, on the 18th of March 2024, Kirsty Flood changed her plea to guilty and received the punishment of life without parole. Jeff also accepted a guilty plea deal to murder in the second degree. He was handed down a 15-year sentence by a judge. His and Kirsty's pleas made it so that Chris would not have to suffer a lengthy trial in court. I guess at the very least...
And that's good, because you don't want to re-victimize the family. You don't want to re-victimize the survivors. They'll have to make testimony. They'll have to look at all the evidence, the exhibits, the autopsy photos. So this is fine. I mean, yeah, it's self-serving, because she doesn't give a shit about anyone. But at least the family members of the victim don't have to be re-traumatized.
Justice has been served to Kirsty. But believe it or not, the battle wasn't over. DFCS placed Harper Flood in the care of her nearest relative, and that relative was Karen Flood. Harper's paternal side of the family say Kirsty used to call them from jail frequently and protest her innocence, but when they started to realize she was guilty, they stopped taking her calls. According to them, this is when Harper's biological father, Avery, was cut off from contacting Harper. Kristen Fridley loved Harper Flood and began to promote a campaign run by Harper's biological family called #BringHarperHome. It was aimed at paying for legal bills associated with taking Kirsty's family to court in order to get custody of Harper, who they say, at the time, hadn't even received adequate counseling after witnessing her own mother beat her 2-year-old best friend to death. The GoFundMe raised over $16,000. In May of 2021, Avery was finally awarded custody of Harper Flood. The last update to the campaign shows countless photos of Harper looking happier than ever with her father, siblings, and paternal side of the family. I have no further updates on Harper's status, but I certainly hope she's doing well and continues to smile. Kristen Fridley continues to post on the Facebook page, where she has since welcomed a son named Asher into the world on December 18th of 2021. She's also looking forward to welcoming a baby girl into the world this year. That baby girl's due date is December 9th.
Yeah, I can take a look at that real quick. Let's see. Let's see if I can actually find the mugshots. I don't see him having 2 faces, so I'm not sure what you're looking at there, Dr. Justice. I'm going to be finding someone to raid now. I'm also going to pull up some Pallas cat footage so we have something positive to end on instead of child killers. Even though there is a positive in the fact that Harper is now with people who love her, and they won't be able to hurt any other children. All right. This will do. Oh, okay. I'll take a look again. Yeah, I don't see it. It looks symmetrical to me. But that's okay. We see different things in people, so it's alright. Let's see. Let's just go with some kittens playing after Christmas. We love that for them. And this will likely be in Novosibirsk, Russia. They're so silly and fluffy. I think one of them is named Grushtinka. I don't know the name of the other one though. I mean, let's put it this way, Taro. The Monul are probably the closest the Russian state will ever get to a cultural victory. So they are content to let Monul grow around the world, you know. Now it's the Japanese. There's Japanese fans of the Monul in Japan that are really toxic. And they hate when anyone like talks about Monul or reposts it because, you know, I think it's a cultural thing. Same people of Nintendo, Game Freak Japan that get super butthurt when like 1 second of anything Nintendo ever gets used, you know? Oh, so small and sad. Actually kind of angry. No. Monul are basically anywhere where there's mountain ranges, tundra, steppe. They certainly wouldn't come from Japan. No, let me pull up the map. We're gonna have to go big brain here. So yes, it includes some stands. It includes Mongolia. It includes China. But one can't say that, oh, they just come from China, Lamau. Because that's how big China wins. They also come from Iran. They also come from a little dot in Iran that's close to Syria. There's some in the stands. There's some technically in Kazakhstan over here. There's some up in Russia. They're in zoos ranging from the US, Japan, Czechia, etc. Yes, yeah, exactly. It's like mostly in this sphere of influence, then a weird like, and then a tiny little blurb there. So, yeah, that's just one example. But yeah, I love Monul, and I hope you all do too. They are very precious to me, which is why I'm still waiting for Crimson to finish my logo. Here's more of them, but they're actually doing snowball stuff instead of just hopping around. And this is Monulization, Roman Pavlov. And then the crime coverage was Long Crime Network. They were signal boosting the disturbing truth. Oh yeah, whoops. Huh! That's actually kind of funny. Oh. The boop! So wholesome. You love it. Love to see it, truly. Ah! Also, this season's Monol, aka the kittens, are old enough that they will probably be shipped off to other zoos in order to help genetic diversity. The Chinese Monol, for example, it's basically oops all incest, which is an issue. So we're really like, we know for a fact that one of the two surviving Monol from Norden's Ark will be going to another zoo for what's it called, to help with the genetic diversity, and we're hoping that it'll work out. Trying to pair Monol doesn't always mean it will work. So for example, Nasu Animal Kingdom tried to pair Lev and Polly and it didn't work this season. Polly's already sired some, well, Polly's already given birth to Pallas cats in the past, and I think both Polly and Bull are at least 10. So I don't know how much longer they'll be reproductively viable. Yeah, I'll look up Gary Phillips after this. I did find someone to raid. Thank you for everyone who lurked. Thank you for the raiders from B-Side. Thank you, lurkers. Thank you, active chatters. I hope you all enjoyed the Pallas cats, the crime coverage, and the Pokemon. We're back tomorrow, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, doing more Pokemon, more crime coverage, more Pallas cats. I did find someone to raid. They're doing a first-time playthrough of Pokemon, which is always a good bit of fun. I hope you all have a good rest of your Monday and a good Tuesday. And I will see you all then tomorrow. Take care. All right, there we go.